Alright. We are live. I really like the guy who said, hi, and then he said, I'm gonna go and do this thing, bye, before I'd even started anything. Oh shit. I posted the wrong link for the YouTube stream. Hold on a second. The engines are so destroying.
Great music choice, by the way.
Yeah, I set up a playlist of music that will hopefully not get us copyright struck. We'll see if that pans out. Okay, so today's mission is to make the laser reflective armor packages that you can put on your Mac. Kind of going for like a inspired by like solar panels sort of vibe. Thank you, Phantom. I'm just managing like 50 different windows right now before I get started on modeling, so I can actually see what everyone is saying while also doing the modeling at the same time. Okay, there you go. Alright, time to begin. So what I'm kind of imagining is either a lot of like hexagonal panels, like these ones here, or some kind of individual tiles. But I want to create an interesting feeling for these that it stands in contrast to the ERA packages, so you can tell that it's not just like the reactive armor. And it is in fact the laser armor.
Hexagonal does sound pretty cool to me.
Like the hexagons type, it definitely could be, but that might be a bit too cliche. Like, it's always hexagons, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
So, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to shop around a little bit. But these do look really cool. There's also some wacky stuff like this, like, flower kind of looking one. And these, like, floating arrays. There's a lot of options here. And I just shopped around only a little bit. The game could use additional octagons. You might be onto something. That could be the shape of the future. I don't even know what heptagon is.
7.
7? We're kind of thinking, it's an even numbers only situation. An odd number, that might be a bit too forward thinking. That might not be something we're ready for yet. How are the music and audio levels, by the way? I want to make sure that they're A-okay. Because last time everyone said it was fine, but then some of my friends said after the stream they were a bit off. So I don't want to get it wrong. They seem good? Okay, okay. I think the cool thing about hexagons is they just like slot together so well. It's so perfect. And like I know octagons technically do, but they don't, because then you need like a little square in the middle.
They'll wrap around 3D objects nicely as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if we want to have that as like the paneling, it would work really well.
That's my vote right there.
The Warfare event and War Thunder, that was peak. That was a very good event. The designs are incredible. Every time I play a War Thunder, I played the actual War Thunder game last night. But every time I play War Thunder, I just think like, or I play one of their Halloween events anyway, or sorry, April Fool's events, not Halloween. I just think that like, this is so much better than the base game. And like, why is it not available like all the time? Especially the one I enjoyed the most was the one where you could like bounce around on a little jetpack. I thought that one was very fun. The one where they had like the mobile infantry.
Victory. Crash logs are coming through.
Grapple's going through, brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah. Amane. Anime. Anime? I don't know, your name's too difficult to read. But I agree. They just make these like incredible things and then go, never mind. I'm kind of interested in how they're going to do infantry. Or if that's like even a real thing. I had this idea I was pitching to Ethan. The jury's out on it. But what if when you get shot with a laser it recharges your max capacitors if you have this armor package on?
You know, there are methods of getting electricity from a heat difference. Like a heat differential. So if they get really hot from the lasers, that would also work, not just like solar panels. Heat.
Very evil and
It's-
intimidating solar panel. Yeah, it definitely sounds probable enough. Usually it takes me ages to find a shape I like, but this is kind of appealing to me pretty quickly. This might be one of the easier design tasks that I have on my to-do list. But I probably want a few variations of the... Well, we'll see. My only issue with it is that I don't want to make like hexagons. It's just so popular. It's so used. I dare say I don't want to say overused, but like it's not as it's not as creative as maybe it could be, and maybe that's fine. I mean, it is fine if the design comes out as decent as fine, but it does leave me wanting a little bit, thinking what else could be done. They are cool, that's literally it. They're just cool. It's like a good shape. Bees like them, I like them. Hexagons are for everyone. Hexagons. But I have like an alternative idea. There's like the solar panel idea, right, which is like reflective and shiny. Then I was also thinking about like, maybe instead of being like shiny and reflective, it could be like kind of matte and absorbative. But I mean, if someone's firing a laser at me and I was asked, do I want to absorb it or reflect it, the answer would definitely be reflect it. So it's a thinker. What have I done here? I accidentally merged this model. Oops. What happened when you die in the game? You die in real life. That's kind of what we're thinking. Sorry, sorry. Sorry, dumb answer. What happened when you die in the game? Basically, your mech blows up and you respawn. We will make the ejection function work later, and we think it will let you save some like XP from your mission. You'll get like a little XP bonus if you manage to successfully eject and have your pilot survive. What I'm just trying to think about is how can I give these a really unique shape language? Because I want every armor package to be recognizable. Like the armor for the ERA is recognizable because your mech is covered in rectangles. And the camera net's recognizable because it's, you know, a big squishy bit of cloth camera net. But this one needs its own kind of identifying feature, I guess you could say.
People pick a camouflage so that they look like a beehive.
Oh, that would be so awesome.
That'd be great. We'll get a bunch of B decals in.
What beehive we're saying, like, if you have like your mech covered in like a bunch of hexagons, then you make it like yellow and stripy or whatever. You'd add the beehive mech.
Do you reckon like heat sink fins would look cool?
Like on the back?
Maybe
Yeah, no, that would look cool. Get some reference off of like heat sinks.
strap a knock to a fan on that bad boy.
I was thinking like the way it can, I mean, we have some ideas obviously of how the laser could work, the laser protection could work, but I think the we could sort of have like a, as it heats up and then once it hits like maximum heat it loses its like functionality and it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Just cover it in mirrors and make it the ultimate laser deflector. That's kind of my first thought, but I wanted to feel more high-tech than just like I went to a secondhand store and bought everything they had and stuck it on my mech. you've never done any modeling, you're gonna go do it in 1 hour. Yeah, modeling is really easy. Definitely doesn't take a while to learn. You'll just drop in and you'll be good. Nah, the modeling's super fun. It does take a while to learn, but there's so many resources available that in that sense it is kind of easy because everything you need to learn is available for free. Make a laser-based weapon that has no ammo but can overheat. Yeah, we already did that. That's already in the game. That's why we're making the thing that protects you from that now. Someone called man for like Ace Combat 7. Oh yeah, 444th Airbase. Yeah, of course. That reference took me a second. Been waiting for some devs to break the BattleTech franchise monopoly for decades. Well, we're probably not going to do that. But they do inspire us, so we actually like BattleTech, so, you know. We hope for some level of coexistence. Because if we're even on the radar of that kind of thing, then we're probably pretty happy about it. I'm just browsing through Google right now and Pinterest looking for some cool heat sinks. And then I will return briefly. You'll see the images appearing on the ref sheet. Mech Warrior is better than BattleTech? But they are the same thing. It's the same picture. I mean, I guess one is turn-based and one is like cockpit action, but in that case I agree. I like the cockpit action more. But I also, I don't know, I'm a real-time enjoyer. But in terms of like lore and story and everything, it's the same. Will this game be like War Robots? We can change any weapon you want. Yeah, there's tons of customization, more than just weapons. You can change the armor packages, you can change the paint jobs, you can slap decals on your mech, you can do all kinds of things. You can change the reactors. Yeah, tons of changes. So it is like War Robots in that way. The tabletop version is probably the most game there is, truly an experience. Okay, so I bought like a starter box for BattleTech Tabletop. And I 3D printed my favorite mechs. I bought the PDF files from like HBS. No, they don't sell it. It's the game, the tabletop game people. I bought them. And then like I tried to sit down and play it. And like it was the two of us sitting there playing it like me. And I was playing with my dad. And I mean, we just couldn't make head or tail of the tabletop game. There's so many. It's like now move into the calculation phase where you're doing this, that, and the other, and I'm like, am I sort of doing a maths test here, or like, am I playing a board game? Because you have to go through this declaration phase where you declare like, how would I put it? Like, you have to declare like 15 different maneuvers of your mech. You have to declare their movement and then their attacks. And then you have to go through and do all the calculations for like how to do it. And I think that's just the way it is tabletop gaming. And I'm just not a tabletop gamer. But I'll probably stick to video games where the computer does the calculations for me. Other tabletop games are much more fun. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't really played like any other tabletop games. To be honest, my tabletop gaming basically starts and ends up playing Monopoly. Have I seen the Arcs and Arc Raiders? Like the, is that the enemy robots in that game? They're pretty cool. Where is Steve? I don't know. He's gone. Oh, thanks, Misaka. Ethan, Misaka's just saying that they saw that the improved mouse aiming is on the roadmap. I don't know if you want to talk about it at all. Because you have done it. You've made it, right? It's
Yes.
Is it? Would you say it's
Well,
finished, or is there anything more you want to do with
well, there's bugs.
it?
There's bugs, maybe some UI improvements, but overall, I'm quite happy with it. Its troubles to solve a pretty major problem, and it completely and utterly did that. And pretty much, if not almost everyone that played it preferred it. So I'm quite happy with it. I think it's in a good place. I did fix a bug from the last. I think it was a patron playtest actually. Um, so yeah, it's even better than it's last being played.
Oh, brilliant. so, so the guy Tony in the Twitch chat, he said he reckons 3D modeling is easy. He says he'll just raw dog it in an hour. He's come back. He's decided 3D modeling is no longer easy. What is the most fun and boring part in developing this game? I assume you mean those as two separate things, and not what's the most fun, boring part, because that would be a very confusing question, but... I can tell you what the most boring part is. Fun is tricky, because a lot of it is really fun. But the most boring part is when you have, like... Ethan can definitely relate to this, but you have like 20 different things you need to do. Like you have like 20 different things you need to do, and they are all the same thing, and it cannot be automated through like a script or whatever easily. And you have to sit there for like 20 minutes or whatever, plugging in like values into some like constructor or whatever. Would you say that's the most boring part, Ethan? I can't think of anything more boring than that.
Well, for me, it would have to be when stuff goes wrong and I have to like kill a day to fix it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like if the packaging fails or like it's not packaging the server on Linux because of reasons, or we went up an engine version and I have to just spend a shocking amount of time fixing it. So it's time spent where nothing like actually gets done apart from just fixing it, you know. That's the worst for me.
I feel like that's kind of like, you know, it's not as purely boring because it also is like frustrating and it makes you think and figure things out. But like when you're just plugging in values, it is like pure unfiltered boredom.
Yeah, that's true.
Are there going to be active protected systems, or are they already in the game? Oh, I got some good news for you. There are already APS systems that intercept missiles, or like rockets or whatever, or any kind of projectile that moves slow enough. Yep. This panel, I just wanted to play around in Hexagon. No, sorry, octagon. It's too sci-fi. These shapes, they're not like something that I'd see in the proper version of EOD. It doesn't quite fit the design language. You seem like a professional game developer. Thank you very much. Usually a game developer that just started trying to make a game in under 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, can be done. There's like game jams and stuff, but realistically speaking, game development just takes a long time. If you want to make a game that has a lot of content in it, or has a lot of systems, it just takes a long time.
The quality too, like we've been going for I don't know if quality is the 100% right word, but we're going for, I'm just going to say quality of a very, very, very high level that retrospectively may have not been the smartest.
Yeah, I mean, if we made the game stylized, I could probably do like a mech like every single day, but you know, it's a blessing and a curse, I guess. Oh hey, Buck, how's it going? It's going good with us. I'm just working on a new armor package, trying to figure out how to do a laser reflective one that isn't that isn't too sci-fi for the setting. APOC is the developer of another really cool mech game. And I was just talking about how it would be easier to make stylized games. It isn't, but it can probably be a strength. But APOC's made a really cool stylized mech game called Bounty. And he should put his store page up. Or maybe he shouldn't, I don't know. But it's kind of hard to link to. How much progress would you say? Currently 50%, maybe 60%? It's kind of hard to pick, but we have a lot of the base systems done for like networking, multiplayer, all those really hard to do things. So I don't know, it's tough to say, but there is a roadmap. You can pull it up. It's in the Discord. It's linked there. It's probably linked in other places as well. And you can kind of look at the roadmap and you can see everything that we're going to be doing, and you can see the rough timeline. So I don't have a percentage answer for you, but you could run a calculation on the number of tasks we have left. The store page will go up the day after it's on sale. You don't seem to be too preoccupied on poly count, you say. Yeah, I'm not. These are all high poly models, like you say. So these are going to be baked. The low poly will come later. Right now, I'm only occupied with the design aspects and trying to make something good. And I actually still think maybe the original shape here was the best, because this is kind of a cool shape, but it's like very sci-fi. We'll see. What if I create like a slightly different shape? I'm not gonna hexagon that to even stretch it a little bit. Yeah. Nah. I'm going to try and place them on the mech a little bit and see how it feels. The radio octagon and the hexagon with literally just some mirrors on it. Let me just quickly throw some like vaguely heatsink looking thing on the back of here.
Yep.
Yep.
Been hunting a bug for ages. I think I got it. Ah, yeah, it's gonna be that.
Yeah, we looked up your work schedule, Yudo. We made sure that every time you were at work, we would start streaming so you'd miss it routinely. You'll be back like the Terminator. Yeah, this is the Witcher 3 soundtrack. A game that I could never get into playing, but I like listening to the music. It's total neat. Parse up. Let me look at my reference images again. Yeah. Once you bake the maps, do you just remake the game optimized model by hand from scratch? No, you do that before you bake the maps. So you remake the game model, and then you use that to like project onto. The thing about The Witcher for me is I tried to play it like 2 or 3 times, but it just never like clicked with me, I guess, in some way. I don't really know. Like I'd play it for like a couple hours and be like, this is cool, and then I just like wouldn't come back to it. But then like I play like some games like Nier or whatever, which I was just thinking of because the soundtrack's on right now. But like I play those for like 1 hour and I'm like, oh, I can't get away from this. I haven't really figured out what makes games stick for me yet or not. What makes me... I was thinking about it a lot actually. I was thinking like, what makes me care about a game? Like when I just pick it up to play it. What gives it like a stick factor? What makes me actually want to come back to it? And I don't have a good answer for that yet. But maybe I'll find one. Because for some story games, like I would just be glued to it, like Disco Elysium. I couldn't get off it. It was so good. But I think like the goodness of it is not necessarily proportional to how much I actually stick to playing the game. Because there's some things that are pretty good, but I like didn't stick to it. Like The Witcher 3 is definitely pretty good, but for me it has like 0 stickability. So, I don't know. I'll figure it out one day. Make the cockpit vibrate when you're walking. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. Kind of already does thump a little bit, but we'll probably improve those effects at some point. But yeah, I'm looking to play some more single-player games and stuff this year. I started out the year... the Steam page seems to be pretty open-ended about what the game is about. I guess that's just how bad then. The game is like very specifically, we know what it is. We just maybe haven't communicated it as well as we should have. Yeah, like, so we'll probably update the Steam page Nightlurk, but basically what you're going to expect is a game where you can go into matches. You can play matches of like mech combat against other mechs. You can play co-op missions with your friends, and you can play those co-op missions by yourself if you want to. But that is pretty much in the shortest terms the game. You can customize your mech, you can unlock and buy new parts. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like the threads on Twitter, like, describe your game and make it sound as bad as possible. That's like what I just did right now. But, yeah. See about I need some better reference for like mounting brackets because I'm just kind of flailing around here. Hmm. 10 minutes in Blender and you've changed the color of your cube? Well done. Now turn your cube into a... anything, I don't know. It's up to you. Why Mech has no suspension? I don't know. Legs don't have suspension. Or maybe they do, I don't know. It's just the way it is. Does the game have lore? Yes. The game does have lore. And it will be discoverable through, if you get an achievement in the game, you'll get like a little lore tidbit. The legacy suspension of disbelief. Yeah, there's a lot of suspension of disbelief. Suspension of mechs, maybe not so much. Are we gonna make an open combat mission? What is missing? I really like that picture that you keep posting. I have used it several times in other situations. Every time I see it whipped out, I get a little chuckle. These little legs are so bad. What even is this design? We can do better. We can do better. Pizza table. Yeah. Oh, missions. Their missions are gonna follow like a. I mean, they're not gonna be like open cockpit. They're just gonna be like you're in the mech. But any plans for Sorry, I'll just finish what I was saying about the missions. They're just like pre-designed missions, or like semi-procedural missions where you'll go through certain objectives like defense waves, attacking bases, whatever. But the cockpit will never be open. Are you able to... sorry, any plans for internals and complex customization like Mech Warrior has? Okay, so kind of. But not necessarily to the level. Like, for example, the fact that you can move the armor weight points in Mech Warrior, we don't have that. We just have our armor packages instead. But you can swap out reactors, motors, other stuff that will impact your mech's performance. Mech leak! But, like... There's no specific... no specific things like that. Leak where? It was on the it was on the little reference window, but it's gone now. These structures are so cool. There's someone in the Twitch chat who I think is bloody... It's like a spam bot and I don't know how to ban it. Okay, now you got it. Got it. You want to give some ideas? Sure. I mean, we might not do any of them or all of them, but ideas are always welcome. What happens to them after you've given the idea? Well, you know, anyone's guess, but we're always listening, whether we implement or not. Just a matter of whether it fit the end.
You.
Welcome back. It's nothing to deal with, I already got it, don't I? There was some random spam bot thing in the Twitch chat. Back from Mech League analysis, it's smoothed out Velican, something, holy moly, its size. It's pretty accurate. I'm just back on the damn pizza table, like, we need to do a better design here. Yeah, that Mega Online teaser video is awesome. Will we do anything like that? Probably not, but we do have some plans for mech deployment from like really big helicopters. We think that is going to be pretty cool. That's a really funny idea, China Shop. Maybe as an April Fool's. We have like 20 different April Fool's ideas like stacked up already, like giant like chicken mechs and like just other ridiculous stuff like running around on the ground as like with a camera and stuff.
I'm so looking forward to the chicken mech.
The chicken mech is gonna be awesome.
With
yeah,
the procedural animations.
We have so many we have so many goofy like ideas stacked up.
A massive chicken that's walking like a mech. It's just gonna be, oh, it's gonna be great.
People call them like chicken mechs. They're really gonna get a chicken mech when we do that. Steves of Destruction, that's true. I completely forgot Steves of Destruction. Don't tell the silly, he'll be very disappointed. Which part is it we're making? So in the game, there's laser weapons, and what I'm doing here is designing a armor package that'll go over the mech, and it'll protect you from laser weapons. We really need to do some more announcing of the playtest off the Discord, like on Twitter and stuff. And on Steam. Is heatsink for lasers heat? Yeah, so the lasers are going to hit these panels. So we want them to feel pretty, like, logical, if that makes sense. We want to feel grounded, so I'm going to try, now I have like a rough panel design, I'm going to try layering them over one of these mechs and see how it feels on the actual mech itself. See if it actually feels good, feels bad, needs some changes. It just helps to iterate with designs like these when you're kind of making something up that's completely fictional. Like, you just want to look at it and be like, does this feel right? And give yourself that wiggle room to experiment. Like, how big should it actually be? Not this big, definitely smaller. How far should it stand off the mech? You know, all these kind of questions that you can play around with. Yeah, because, like, you know, you can't reflect it with, like, 100% reflectivity or whatever it's called. What is it called when you... Ethan? I feel like you would know this. What is the coefficient of reflection called? Is it, like, IOR or something? Or is that through air?
I have no idea.
That just feels like something you would know.
I do know a lot of interesting abstract physics things, but no, not this.
No, yeah. But my point is that it's not going to reflect it with like 100%, 100% juice going back the way it came. Like some of it's going to stay with you, and then that's what the heat sink's for. Albedo? Is that it? Someone in the chat seems to know. Armour will go so hard. I've been thinking about after that. I don't remember where I put it on the roadmap, but I know how it's going to happen. It won't be that ridiculous a job. It's going to be kind of awesome. Probably my go-to. Just because I love how Armour looked in real life. The bit where it's going to have to fit down the middle is going to be like... It's asking some interesting questions design-wise here. Reactive armor that actually gets spent. Yeah, we do want to visually upgrade our reactive armor a little bit, because right now it just disappears once it's been spent. Remember that white hexagon? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's got some potential. But also, like, maybe just doing it like. If the tiles are like smaller or something. I don't know. I can't tell if it feels too sci-fi or not having these hexagons all over it. Maybe they should be smaller and more like deflectors even on the hatch. No, the hatch is here.
They are quite big relative to
They are
person.
quite big. I'm gonna make them a little bit smaller. Maybe tweak around a little bit here.
Do we have the Steve or do we not have the Steve?
We always have the Steve, although it might be a stand-in available at the moment. I'm not sure. Let me check. There might be another member of the gang. I think it's the... When I'm in Blender, I just spawn in the Unreal Engine one, because I've got a plugin for that. Yeah, it's just Manny. Everyone calm down. No promises, by the way, that leaked mech. I see sharing it in the Discord. No promises it will actually ever be in the game, by the way. It's just a concept. I can tell you it's not the C4. The C4 is a very different mech. But yeah, the C in those things stands for concept. Like they're just like kind of experimental ideas. So if they don't make it into the game, something else will in their place, like fill that slot in the mech roster. Okay, I like this size a lot more. Like, the bulkiness was kind of cool, but the way it tiles at this size feels a lot better, and it has that kind of sense of mech scale that was getting lost a little bit. You returneth. Welcome back. The way they're haphazardly replaced finds your largest KSP vessels radius. Me and Ethan used to play so much Kerbal Space Program back in the good old days.
Wasn't that one of the first like really early Unity games that really took off?
You know, I don't really know, because Unity's been around for a long time.
True, this is true. Because KSP hit a new level of success, right?
Yeah, that was huge. KSP modding was also like a huge thing, like you say. Like, I don't know how like known this is, but like the game VTOL VR, the developer of it started out as a Kerbal Space Program modder.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he made the weapons mod for Kerbal Space Program, like BD Arsenal. And then he went on to do the whole like VTOL VR and like jet bond racing and everything. I think it's pretty cool. Have I tried using arrays? Yeah, I use arrays sometimes, but I'm just being playful right now and like experimenting. So when I do the final placement, I'll probably use arrays, but right now I'm just like doing it by hand just to be like as free flowing as possible. Oh really? Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. A lot of developing comes from modding, because modding is just an amazing place to start learning how to develop video games.
Definitely.
Yeah, Nuclear Option seems like a brilliant game to mod. I haven't modded a game in a while, to be honest. I'm not sure when the last time I modded a game was. Maybe Armour 3. That game had the most painful mod tools imaginable. Yeah, people modding without mod tools always surprises me more than anything. Like, I wouldn't even know how to start modding without mod tools. What are we thinking about this? I think this density and size of tiles actually, it's got some legs. I think this could work. It feels very distinctly different to the other ERA due to its hexagonal shape, so it ticks that box on my design.
Yeah.
These little legs need some work, I think. The Ravenfield modders are cracked. It's actually true, Apoc. Every time I see some like insane thing on like Twitter, and it's like, holy moly, this might be the coolest mech game anyone's ever well. I saw one mech project, Your Front, and I was like, this is amazing. And then it was like a Ravenfield mod, and I was like a tiny bit disappointed because Ravenfield doesn't excite me, except the things that people do with it are amazing. Like, it's conceptually more interesting to me than it is to play, just because it doesn't pick on my particular taste for gameplay, like going against just like endless wave of bots. But the people do these amazing things with Ravenfield mods, like the mechs, like the Steelfront mechs, and also like I don't know who did this one, but I saw one. It was like space trench warfare, and I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. But it's all just like Ravenfield mods, so I'm just like, eh, it's cool, but I probably won't ever play it, unfortunately. It's all the, oh, that's all the same guy? Okay, yeah. That guy is correct. He makes unbelievably awesome stuff.
Is there a world where we make like a mix and match armor?
Well, I mean, you could make some match like the top and the bottom set. Like you could put ERA on the top, and then like
Yeah, I mean, like
bottom.
looking at how modular these panels are and how modular ERA is, it might look sick to have both.
Yeah, but I feel like that would just be really confusing. Like how would it work? I mean,
good question.
I see the vision, but like, what would it do?
What if there's ERA underneath?
Just layers, like
Yeah, layers.
It's a new type of composite armor. We're putting solar panels on the top and ERA on the bottom. But yeah, the work that Sophus makes is actually amazing. Pay to win composite armor you sell. We get so many comments just like, please, please don't make it pay to win. And we're like, that was like never even like on the cards. That wasn't even an option. What's under the ERA? Believe it or not, more ERA. That's funny. Put more ERA in the ERA. I enjoyed when people did like the when we first like put ERA on a Mac, like now and again, people post like the socks, like the ERA socks. If that makes sense. If you've seen them, you know what I'm talking about, like the little guys putting ERA on everything. You think armor plates make more sense for projectiles since the nature of lasers you usually hit the spaces between the plates? True, to be fair, but the counterpoint for that is that it's not within the scope of development to model like special fitted armor plates for every mech, for every armor package, because there's only one me and there's a lot of mechs, so whatever we do, it needs to be a modular system that I can just like place on other mechs as it is. And if there's slight hits to the believability because of that, that's unfortunate, but some sacrifices must be made to get the game out the door. Yeah, I think if you shoot the laser protection with another weapon system, it's going to break. And then you'll be able to, you know, they'll be vulnerable to lasers again. Okay, I think that's pretty. I think we can say that's a pretty decent design like that. This will do. I'll probably change the legs a little bit. Then again, you don't really see them that much anyway, so maybe it's fine. I was never like huge into Pokemon. There's kind of, if you ever played Pokemon, there's this one Pokemon called Sandshrew that has these like hexagonal tiles on the back. It's kind of what it reminds me of. Please don't cover the cockpit. This isn't the cockpit like glass. It's all metal. The cockpit has cameras, so covering the cockpit is fine. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys with a spinner for a minute. I'm going to get some more water, and then we'll come back and we'll make the proper full quality model. Oh, right, I'm back. What have I come back to in the chat? I'm not even going to read that out. You guys are crazy. Why has my music stopped? There you go. Alright, time to turn this into a usable model. Let's move this over here. There would be so many bricks thrown if she was here. Oh, thank you, Living Machine Studio. You know, I haven't actually saved this file until now. I'm going to do that to avoid tragedy. It's been 0 days. Can we make custom emotes on YouTube? Is that a thing? I don't know. Season 4 Ninjago intro. The deep cut. Is that what you call it? Like a... Yeah, yeah. Twitch 100 said YouTube, you don't know. Okay. Well, me neither. I know you can on Twitch, but I have been too lazy because Twitch makes you re-upload the image in like 3 different resolutions that you have to manually prepare yourself, and it's like, what a slog. And Zubaki mode would be kind of fun though. Wait, maybe I made one. I'm not sure. No, I didn't. I just looked at what my emotes are on Twitch, and they're kind of not why. They're not something I fully remembered. Is that gonna come off on the stream? Will the stream actually display that? Oh, it does. What's my favorite mech? Like from the mechs that I've made, or just like from all mechs in like all like fictitious universes and everything? Orion. Oh, the Orion. Ah, that's kind of a cool mech. I don't know. I mean, I like it a bit, but I don't know why it has so many fans. Why the long face? I also say one thing about the Orion is the Orion in MechWarrior Living Legends. That was me. I did that. I made that model. The Pocket Atlas. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I see the justification. For me, it's kind of all about the Timberwolf. If we're talking like Battletech, I like the Timberwolf. I like the Atlas. I like the Fafnir. I think the Fafnir is my favorite from MechWarrior. It is totally ridiculous, but I did once get an 8-kill game on MechWarrior Online, and that kind of cemented it for me. Just being super cool. Will the game have options for different mech legs other than bipedal? Maybe. Maybe. We're focused on bipedal, but we've been talking about quad legs a lot. I think we're getting coerced into it by the comments and everything. Dreadnought for 40k? They are pretty cool. How does leg damage mechanic work? Your legs have 3 parts, your hips and each leg. And if you lose one part, you're going to get slowed down, your mech's going to be dragging along. If you lose 2 parts, game over. Your mech's going to fall over and die. Oh, back to work for you, Yuda. Good luck. I'll see you around on the Discord. Super heavy insect mechs, your beloved. Okay, now not to be a hater, but that's probably my least favorite kind of mech out of any, out of every option available. Like, that is the least interesting to me personally, but it's all just taste at the end of the day, and I do respect. I respect the fact that you have taste. Yeah, the legs do have some serious HP. Early on there was a bit of a leg meta, but we have bounced out a bit for the upcoming tests. You want your Fujin in a game where it doesn't get instantly vaporized. What is a Fujin? I'm not familiar. Sorry, Mech design. This program is not proprietary, it's free and open source. And it is Blender. You can download it right now and do whatever you want with it. Don't give it to the alternate leg suggestions, so you have hover torsos and 8-wheeled leg mechs. Or 8-legged wheeled mechs. Yeah. I mean, quad legs, it's a maybe, it's a maybe. It just depends how to do it. Like, some things I hate, like, you know, by the way, when I say hate, I'm not really throwing shade, it's just my personal taste. But for example, horse mechs, can't stand them. I think they're totally against everything I stand for. But yeah, if we can make it feel right for the setting, we may expand. I think I hit the how long has that been off? I think I hit the button there. I think I hit my switch scene button somehow, and I don't quite know how I did that, but I'm not sure how long it's been off the screen. Just a few seconds? Cool. Yeah, this is Blender. But like, yeah, if we do expand into other leg types, it's going to be very specific in our execution of it, because it just has to feel right, you know. It has to match everything else. Like, having a mech that walked like up walls as a spider, it wouldn't feel right in this setting. But having a mech that was just like really firmly planted on 4 legs, you know, that would feel right. That could have some potential.
Yeah, I really like the idea of them being weaker because if you take out a leg, but having maybe one but really big weapon, so they're kind of like the fast, mobile, but what's the word? Glass cannon.
Yeah. You hate the backwards leg knee mechs. I don't know, they're kind of a classic. I put quite a lot of effort in ERD. You know, Mad Cat Catapult. There's some really good. Oh, these are like the double knee. You're right. The backwards knee legs are a different one, but like the Catapult and like Mech Warrior, the Mad Cat and stuff, they're cool. I like them a lot. I do kind of see what you mean about struggling to reconcile the walk cycle though. Don't switch to Maya. No plans. Do not worry. I'm very happy where I am. Yeah, it's a bit better, I think. You're planning your own Mech game. Awesome. See, quad filament. Oh yeah, the artillery idea. Yeah, people having like quad leg mechs that like plant is like really popular. Like I'm not like a huge Warhammer guy, but I know there's these like the Tau, crisis suits. I think they're called something like that, and they do that kind of thing. It's quite a popular idea, and it is for good reason. To be fair, it's very cool. I've been trying to do map design for a lot of this week and a lot of last week. I'm gonna be real, it's been beating my ass. So it's pretty nice to do something that comes a little bit easier. My topology is leagues ahead of what you can do. My topology isn't that crazy. Just keep up practicing, keep up learning, look up good examples online, and I'm sure you'll find yourself like making leaps and strides ahead with topology. I like to look up, I mean, this isn't even a good topology. This is just like they're throwing shit around for a high poly. But when you want to do like the actually good topology, just look up like ArtStation and look up ArtStation, find some nice references to steal and copy from. Look at the way that professionals do it. Look at like games that you think look brilliant and just steal shamelessly the way that they build their meshes. This game is not in global? What do you mean? Not in global? So you're gonna be plagiarism anxiety? I mean, no, obviously plagiarism is bad, but topology is kind of like a semi-objective thing, if that makes sense. It's like, you know, if you're just looking at the way that, you know, like you built your own model, like say you made your own character model, and you look at the way that someone else built their wireframes to understand how to do better topology, no one is ever going to be upset at you about that. And if they are upset about you, if they are upset with you about that, they're being pretty unreasonable. Obviously, legitimate plagiarism, like ripping anything, taking things is bad, but just sharing ideas and stuff is like super fundamental to art. Oh yeah, what Apoc said is also absolutely true. Like for mechs and stuff like this, you can get away with nearly anything. It really doesn't matter. For non-deforming stuff, you can go crazy as long as it runs and isn't like totally tragic. Hello, Edward. But yeah, if you're doing mechs, and I mean you are, because you said you are, don't even worry about it. You can throw entagons, you can throw triangles, you can do pretty much anything you want. Yeah, I'd say that sums it up. But then, you know, you can also, like, if you want to really make something special, then you can kind of bring in, like, cloth soft surface segments, like, onto your hard surface designs. And I nearly never do this, but it can have some really cool results. Yeah, keep it flat as long as the place, as Apoc says, as long as the faces are planar, you can get away with it. And you're going to be just fine. Alright. One thing I did not anticipate about streaming is lunchtime. I'm getting kind of hungry. Might need to like a 15-minute break or something soon. What part of the pipeline do you do in Blender versus Godot? Well, 0% in Godot. I've never touched that engine in my life, I'll put it that way. But I mean, all the modeling, UV unwrapping, everything happens in Blender. The game engine is just for like arranging props and building levels and stuff. But we use Unreal, not Godot. How about the Doom / Star Citizen a normal blend workflow? Yes, I have. But like, I'm just breaking this down to a normal map. So it isn't like hyper tuned into what I'm gonna do. It's kind of an incredible workflow though, but how would I put it? It's kind of challenging. It makes LODs a bit more difficult to do, and like some other stuff. It's not, and then you have to do like a load of decals, and like Unreal Engine's handling of decals is like really bad. So, you know, it's super cool, and I think if I was making like a spaceship game, I might do something like that. But I mean, like, I could do it right now, like, here, look, if I get, like, a cube, I can just go, flop, like, one bevel, and then, like, weight it. Like, I actually did this on the Mech. Ed Harrison's so awesome. His music's the best. And, like, you can get really good results with it. Like, it's super easy to do, and if I could drop your back down, you'd be able to see how I used it, but it just makes some things more difficult, and I ended up, like, just sticking mostly to a traditional pipeline in the end. About half of my stream playlist is the Neo Tokyo OST, so you're gonna be happy. Also, one thing about that Star Citizen like method is that unless you have like a higher segmented bevel thing that you're baking over anyway, it's gonna generate like the worst curvature maps you've ever seen when you're texturing, and it absolutely does my head in trying to text that stuff. It's why the Jabak's damage, like painting, isn't like quite as good as it could be. Anyway, I don't know about you guys, but I'm thinking that this doesn't need too much more, and I can start to make the low poly model. I just want to like a little access hatch on the Mech. You have a Discord or something? Yeah, we have the EOD Discord. I'll edit the stream description to have an invite to it. I probably should have done that in the first place. Edit. Yeah, so if you refresh the stream, the description should have a link to the EOD Discord now, and you can come in there. What's your favourite Parsons? I don't know. Hard to pick a favourite. I like Neo Tokyo as an album. I think as a full album, it's at its best, rather than as individual tracks. It all flows into each other so well. Yeah, I can pin it in the YouTube chat, but I'll just put it in the description. I think that'll be easier. Yeah, I'm slightly I'm jealous that you have such a good-looking stylized version, Apoc, because like I was talking about this earlier, and like you can get away with a lot in stylized art without like diminishing like the overall like coolness of it or anything. But like if you make a mistake like doing like bakes and like normal maps stuff, and then like the performance collapses and everything explodes. But in the stylized you can get away with so much. I'm not like detracting from it, you know, like some people go, stylized art is so easy. It's not like super easy, but you can get away with some stuff that I would like to be able to get away with. Apoc doesn't just do 3D, they are making a very cool mech game. How does the laser ERA function in your mind/lore reflect what it can, and then heatsink away what it can't from the laser's energy? That's kind of the rationale that we've worked up as this model's come together. Yeah. Alright, let's turn this into an actual game model. Pizza table evolved into an outdoor table. You know what? An outdoor table works for me. Just gotta move it back a bit closer to the middle. Having a good shader. Yeah. Easier to make, but you need to make everything the same quality, which makes it look good. This place every time bother. Oh yeah, definitely. I think, I don't know. I'm still like learning a lot as an artist every day. I have like new lessons I need to learn, but the importance of consistency was something I learned. Like, even if something's like a bit, you know, it's like, if it's just kind of, it's alright. It needs to be consistently just alright. And it being consistently just alright will actually add a lot to it and make it look consistently pretty good. But if it's inconsistent, then you just fall into like the territory of people thinking your game is like an asset flip or whatever. What makes the game so different from War Robots? Well, for one thing, platform. We're releasing on PC. And we're targeting like a more PC style game. It's not got like microtransactions in it and all the kind of things that people seem to be upset with War Robots about. So that's one, you know, one benefit. But apart from that, it's like we're going for a very kind of tactical situation, you know? We're trying to make a mech simulator as opposed to just like a mech game. And that's what we think makes it a bit unique. Why do I mark the outer meters as sharp? Because that's how I'm gonna get the shading. And that's how I'm gonna have the... That's either how I'm like gonna get the shading, or that's how I like dictate where the bevels go, basically.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back. Let me guess, I played a lot of MW. Enough. Good few hundred hours. I like it, it's a good game. Ethan lives, he does. Although with the fact
fresh cup of tea.
With the fact he's working on servers, how long that will last is anyone's guess. Do I have silly advice for anyone? I totally read that question wrong. Someone says, silly question, but do you have any advice for anyone starting out in game dev? And I say, and I read it as, do you have any silly advice for anyone starting out in game dev? Yeah, you should make an MMO. That's my silly advice. But no, I mean like genuine advice. Is on YouTube. There's a YouTuber called Hakita. Well, he's not a YouTuber. He's a game developer. He made Ultra Kill, and he has made a video, and it's all about starting out as a game developer. And any advice I could give as a game developer is not as good as what's in that video. And everything in that video is the advice that I would give, but like worded better and like with a PowerPoint. So pull that Hakita video up, watch it, and he's kind of a genius. I mean, his game is like super awesome, so that's where you should get your advice from. Things I learned while developing Ultra Kill? No, different video. Hold on, let me check the exact name of it. Now, you should definitely make a mech game. The video is called... Oh, sorry, no, it is Some Things I've Learned While Making Ultra Kill. That is the one. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. But there's a section in it from about 12 minutes to 30 minutes, all about starting. And in there is like any advice that I would give is included in that, and it has like way more good advice and like, you know, PowerPoint visuals and everything. But I guess the point is just like get stuck into it. That's done your watch later. It's a good one. But I should make a mech game. I hear real cool people make mech games.
The coolest.
In this Steam store page you have, it includes the level editor. Will you be able to make whole new maps from scratch? Yeah, kinda. The level editor is only for making like in-game missions. But as long as we get the mod tools out, which we plan to do, you'll be able to make new maps using the mod tools, but you won't be able to make them using the level editor. Ethan, be the PR guy holding me back for a second. Is everything I just said correct?
Sorry, I was reading.
Okay.
I missed it.
Someone asked, will the level editor allow you to make new maps? And I said no, but the mod tools will.
Yeah, that's correct.
Peak levels at end scratch. No, from scratch. I'm just looking at this piece and I'm like, is this enough clearance that I can just bake it? And I think the answer is yes. How do you handle attachments like these armor plates? I assume you make a sort of... But then use the collection modifier? Honestly, don't know what the collection modifier is. You made just like these collections up here or what? But no, I just kind of make the meshes, so... With the array modifier, yeah, absolutely. So I'll do all the placement actually after I have finished making the model. Sorry, I'm just going to blow my nose. You see box cutter, you do. You see box cutter, you see hard ops. They make Blender a lot faster when you're doing this kind of business. Yeah, Michael, I think that's true. The final mesh modifier. How have you done 8 hours of Blender, Tony, in 1 hour? You need to teach me that technique. But well done making a bit of jewelry. Yeah, G-Police, this is Blender. With just a few little add-ons, nothing too crazy. Average hyena enjoyer. What's the 5 situation? The first time I thought it was just, you know, little miscue press. The second 5 is a pattern. What does it mean? The 5 situation is crazy. If you make a expert, if you make a part of Poland, make like the Gdansk like area with like all the building blocks and stuff. I already thought about making that into a map at one point. I think it would be super fun for fighting mechs in. The question would be like, which parts of it would you condense to make the map? Like, which parts of it? Because an EOD map is about, I mean, obviously you can make a map of any size, technically speaking, but the maps are about 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers across. That how would I put it? Like, you know, you don't want people walking too long. So, which parts of like Sopot or like Gdansk or whatever would you condense? Which like landmarks would you take? You'd need to take the really long block that I can't remember the name of. That would be a brilliant one. Oh yeah, Palovic. That's the one. I bought some. It was like garlic-filled cabanossi from the Faliovic Żabka, and it was pretty fucking grim. I'm not gonna lie. I did not enjoy it. It tasted like nothing I've ever experienced in my life. I should have just stuck to the default flavor. Yeah, it was garlic filled. It was the garlic filled one. I did not enjoy it. How do you do the UV maps? I'll show you in a minute. If you just wait a minute while I finish up this stuff, I'll show you how I do the UV maps. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Tony. I mean, I am fairly quick with Blender, but I've also been using it for like as long as I can even remember existing. So, you know, you'll speed up as you go along. It just happens naturally. Did not expect Neo Tokyo or ST. Well, you should. It's like all I have to play on stream. It's half the soundtrack of this stream. You're gonna get it's non-stop Neo Tokyo. Ooh, you're figuring things out, expert. Gdansk does have wild lore in EOD. It actually may feature as a map. There's some experimental stuff that we've never shown. That's probably some of the wackiest things. Ethan, would you say that, without giving away the game, do you remember that one experimental map that you liked that was kind of big?
Was this a game we made about a year ago?
No,
Or
no, no, no,
experimented
no,
about
no,
a year
no.
ago?
I'm talking about EOD, the experimental EOD map that was kind of big, like, large, like physically large, and it had all those like cables and stuff. Okay, never mind. You maybe you don't remember, but you'd probably remember if you
You
saw
made a
it.
lot of maps.
I have made a lot of maps. We had a lot of experimental maps, but yeah, the EOD Poland lore is weird. It's probably one of our stranger aspects. Um, you're not that far off. Do I use procedural textures? No, not really. I just do it in Substance Painter. How do I merge all my little bolts / parts into one mesh? The old-fashioned way, pretty much. I just merge them together using the like M merge button, or like the merge by distance, or just booleaning things together, or good old-fashioned face creation. Like, I really just do it the old-fashioned way. There's nothing remarkable about how that part of my pipeline is done. So the way you're doing it with the collection sounds quite interesting. Oh, sweet, thanks. I've just seen the GeoNode you sent me. I'll try that out at some point off stream. Poland having EOD lore was not on the bingo card, yeah. Well, I have a lot of like random ideas that exist in the world but may never actually make it into the game. I don't know if the Poland EOD lore will ever be seen in the game, but it does exist. The concepts might be there, yeah, for sure. I think one of the problems with the idea that I had for like how to, because you know obviously every map has like different terrain types, and the problem is the idea I had for like how the Poland terrain type would be done is like too difficult to actually develop. Like, it was too extreme, it was too crazy. Also making real robots, well, like making the EOD Max real. I mean, if I had $1 million billion, that'd be kind of awesome, but I don't know. Early spring, autumn. I mean, it would be so insane. It would be so insane that like you couldn't even tell what season it was. It was totally far out. So I got around to UVs without explaining how I do UVs, but you know, I have actually made a whole video about this on YouTube. Maybe I'll link that. How I do UVs, and it hasn't changed much since then. But basically, the point of it is you just need to mark seams. The way I like to talk about it is, if you imagine making like a paper cube, you know, like cutting out a cube, make it out of paper. You just want to do that in reverse. You want to unfold it instead of, you know, instead of folding it. Good luck with your finals, expert. I'll see you around. By using hard ops to automatically calculate where sharp edges are, I can actually automatically deduce about 99% of the seams that I'm going to be making. And then I can open them up in the UV window, check out the situation, pack them, a bit of spacing. Check for overlap. There is no overlap. Sorted. Mark sharp to pick out islands, pin them, and then repeat. Yeah, I mean, that works. My UVs are done for this main part now. just because the shops happen to be good enough that they have assigned all the locations. It's not the quickest, but it beats the alternatives you have access to. Well, I mean, as long as it's the best, as long as you're doing your best, there's nothing more to it, really, is there? You stress out about having as few islands as possible. Don't do that because it doesn't matter. What matters is reducing unnecessary seams. Like these seams here, not actually that necessary, and also like this number here. See that percentage? That's how much of the UV you've covered. That's what actually matters. So the higher that number is, the less space you're wasting. Like if you can get like a 60-70%. It can be pretty good. Will progress made in the playtests carry on to the main game? Nope. But ooh, I've made a mistake with my mesh here. But progress in the main game will carry over to itself, and that will never be wiped. But progress in the playtests will be lost in between tests. I'm sorry, but it's just how it has to be. We changed the game so much in between playtests that the save data wouldn't be compatible. And it doesn't give us as many opportunities to test things like economics. What's my favourite Wham song? Last Christmas, probably. Pretty good. Won't play on stream though. I would definitely get a copyright strike. Why are the mounting brackets so long? That's a brilliant question. The answer is to give myself some flexibility when I'm placing them on the mechs. Because if they're long, then I can jam them through the mech's 3D models and you won't really notice that well. But if I don't do that, then it might be kind of tough to position them correctly or well. So that's why they're so long. Oh my god, I just realized who asked me what my favorite Wham song is. I know that guy. I do know that guy. Yeah, I think we're all good here. It's not the best pack though, to be honest. Let's see if we can get it a bit better. So something I do with the EOD stuff is that part of the would it make that flow a little more organic, some sort of dynamic mesh socket steps onto the mech model to hide the intersections, welds, intersections. Yeah, the answer is absolutely. It definitely can be better. You know, we could spend a lot of time making something really special, but it becomes a trade-off, you know, and it's like, do I want to spend this time to add this feature, or would it be better just like increasing the depth? You know, it's like depth versus breadth of content, right? Is it worth giving this thing like the full treatment, or should I just like move on to the next thing so there can be more in the game? And in the case of this, you know, we just go, well, it looks decent, and if we're gonna have like, it's the difference. If we made that for this armor set, it would be the difference between being able to have like a whole different armor set or having this armor set have like a preferable visual. So, you know, it's trade-offs basically at the end of the day. And we made the choice to just, you know, jam it in. as well as we can. It's a good question though, and if we had all the time and resources in the world, it'd be a cool thing to do. In fact, not even in the world, but just, you know, 11 more time. Where you're sitting, straight up wizard, judging what takes much effort for you is hard. No, it's fair, it's fair. Though, how would I put it? Judging what takes the most effort for us can be hard too, so it's just about making our best educated guess. It's something we talk about when we're making like development estimates and things, and it's it's basically take what you think is going to be the development time for something and then double it, and then even though you doubled it, it's still going to be twice what you thought it was going to be. Is that about right, Ethan?
Yeah.
What's the biggest blocker for development that we didn't anticipate? That's a good question. What do you think, Ethan? Biggest blocker for development that we didn't anticipate?
Right now, it's how blooming hard servers are.
Yeah, I bet it's a pretty good one.
One of the things that's quite interesting is how like fractal game design is, meaning like wherever you look, there's always more, always more, always more. Like if you just think of something, let's say like a generic FPS game, you kind of plan it out to the best of your ability, and you plan out, let's say, 6 months of work every day, and that's a lot of work. You will not realize how much you've missed. And you can very easily have missed another 6 months worth of work. So that's probably one of the biggest and most interesting things.
Yeah, I think that's like trying to get an accurate estimation of like how long things are going to take is probably the biggest blocker, because obviously if you get it wrong, delays will come.
Yeah, AAA studios get it wrong publicly all the time, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very, very difficult thing.
We get it wrong all the time too, but just, you know, mostly privately.
Precisely.
But now we have the roadmap, we can get it wrong publicly all the time. But yeah, G-Police, this is just like unwrapping the model, so that it can have a color applied to it. And we're going to do a procedure called baking, which creates textures to use to create textures. It's a bit of a process. You can spend 6 months on something and then find out it's not fun and scrap it. Absolutely, we have done that before. But it's for the best, because you don't want to make something that isn't fun. Baking laser. Yeah, something like that. Basically, if you look on the right here, where I have all these names, there's a low poly mesh, and that's what's going to go in the actual game, and there's a high poly mesh, and that's what I've made here to look pretty. And we're gonna project the high poly mesh onto the low poly mesh via textures. How do we prioritize work tasks? What is the system to justify that one task is more important than another? Well, obviously certain things take an effortless precedent over other things if they are something that the game cannot exist without. So, for example, multiplayer or being able to walk around as a mech. Obviously these tasks are obviously finished, but the point is that they were essential tasks. We couldn't, you know, it was non-negotiable. For other stuff, we usually weight things like we weight one thing at something. We like to go, what is the better, how would I put it? Like, how much does this give the player versus like how much will it take for us to make? Like discussing with like Acceptable before about like the idea of like being able to like have this as like have a dynamic system that fits like a bracket onto the mech and looks a bit better. How much does that give the player? Like a fairly small amount. How much work would that make for us? Like quite a lot. So we weight things like that. Like what would be more valuable for the player's experience, doing this or doing this? And that's how we decide for things that are non-essential. Yeah, Nier, incredible soundtrack, and one of my favorite games ever made. Best storytelling in the business. I'm just assessing this here, checking if it needs anything. Just looking okay. Do you use texture nodes for development? Might be worth it if you use high poly baking. What are texture nodes? That's new to me. Welcome back.
A deer was just wandering around outside.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But the high load model assisted baking. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. If you could start development again with all the knowledge you have now, what's the one thing you would do differently? I mean,
Lots.
It's really hard to pick one thing, but I guess just the obvious answer is to scope the game better. As some people will know, EOD originally had a very different scope, but we rescoped the game into something a lot more manageable. I'll check out in a second, except I'm just exploring the meshes now. Now, we have a lot of skills in the team, but one thing that we are not the most brilliant at, one thing that we are not the most skilled at, is that we struggle to name things, cool names. We got some cool names, but maybe not as cool names as possible, so I would like to outsource the naming of these laser protective panels to all of you people watching. Throw some suggestions out, please. We need this. Last time you came up with the trident for that 3-burst weapon, and that is genius. And I need to tap into the genius that you all have once again to name these laser protective panels for the mechs. Prism? That's what I'm talking about. You guys just come up with genius stuff. Prism, it like diffracts light. That's really good. I don't know what else we come up with. Laser protective panels. It's short and to the point. So I'm going to swap the stream over here to a different window. Hopefully this will work. Let me switch to Momset Toolback. Okay. Can you guys see this window? I had some issues last stream with the windows, and since then I've done precisely nothing to fix it. So there may still be issues with streaming this particular window. Yep, there we go. Okay, cool. So this is where we create the baked textures. It's going to hide the reference images now. Not too relevant anymore. LRA, laser reactive armor. That's what I'm talking about. You guys are geniuses. Disco ball. Stick down is another like April Fool's option. Just the laser reflective armor makes it go like multicolored and like fly off in every direction. A backronym, something to spell mirror. Okay, let's see what issues we have on the bake here. Okay, something's gone wrong here. I'm not sure what's up with that. Something's gone wrong here. Oh, I know what's gone wrong. Got to take multiple texture sets. There we go. So what you're looking at here is the game model, basically, with the advantage that we have very like a low polygon situation combined with the details from the high poly model. What are some interesting concurrency problems that you face during multiplayer development? That's all you, Ethan.
Concurrency problems.
Concurrency problems, yeah.
You know about just any issues that arise from syncing?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know what I'm on about, but that was the question. Concurrency problems that arose during multiplayer development. That's your definition of low poly? No? Yeah, of course it is. I mean, look at it. I'll show you the wireframe right now. That's pretty low poly. There's like maybe 200, 300 polygons here. I can fact check right now. 1,000 polygons.
Yeah.
For a Lot Zero, that's perfectly normal. I mean, this part's kind of dense. That's where measurement's coming from. I'll probably delete that in the lot, but yeah, no, this is my definition of low poly. Okay, the question's been elaborated on. This is synchronization, multiple players on one server, etc. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's had some polygons because it has a normal map on it that's been baked to make it look like a high quality model. It's 2,000 polygons.
I think on the network question, we haven't ran into anything too bad because we're just using the framework that Unreal Engine provides. We definitely ran into some annoying issues earlier on, like, what was it? With relevancy, you have to mark things to be relevant, and if they lose relevancy, they will delete themselves on the clients and then spawn themselves back in again automatically when they become relevant. So people's weapons were just vanishing. But other than that, it's nothing too bad. If you use the Unreal Engine networking framework properly, the way it's meant to be used, it kind of just works for the most part.
Okay, so the texture baking went pretty smoothly. Just gonna swap over to the what do you call it? The your subs painter now. Let's get the window swapped. I was marking sub objects as dirty, eh? What is sorry, I don't know what that means. Here we go. Substance painter. Let me drop in the textures. Not sure that I've got the right thing going on here. Yeah, I think we're good here. Ethan, Cameron would like to know more about the relevancy system.
Yeah, it's by default actors, which are like game objects that can be networked. They have a default relevancy. So if you get too far away, they are no longer relevant for you, and so they literally fully delete. So that's what they mean by relevancy. Like, does it have any impact on the game at all? Can we just delete it? And so Unreal Engine sets this to default values, which is kind of set to a value where, for the most part, you don't notice it. Cause it's kind of the point of relevancy. It's meant to save performance without you realizing. So yeah, the default values were occasionally bugging things out and deleting things when I wasn't expecting them to be deleted. And then when it spawns it back in, it's also like my code wasn't expecting this. It wasn't able to just attach it back. So yeah.
Alright, so we have a model in Substance Painter. And there's two parts to this. There's like the screen and the heatsink, and that's one thing, because they both have like unique textures. And then there's like the rest of it, because that's going to match your mech's armor color. And to create the armor, it's quite easy. I have a Substance Painter Smart Material that I have set up. And I just drag and drop it in, and it does most of the work for me. And then I just tweak it from there. I've heard that radar can be quite too OP, so what if it's rotating radar only detecting when it rotates towards you? Yeah, we're going to be doing the radar overhaul at some point in the future, at which point, check the roadmap. But when we do that, the radar is going to be toned down quite a lot.
Yep, I believe, Cameron, I believe it does just work on Euclidean distance, yep.
How do I make my LODs? Usually I just use the Unreal Engine automatic version. If that doesn't work, I'll just do it in Blender. If they need more love and care and attention. But usually for like terrain assets and stuff, the Unreal Engine decimation is acceptable and saves a lot of time. Yeah, FHA, the radar can be sniped and destroyed. You can blow it straight off the top of someone's mech if you get a good shot. Okay, I did just click something on my OBS. I am really hoping the stream is not about to die. Okay, I think we're good. I think we survived. Maybe. Hopefully. What do I use for the metal weathering? That's kind of what I'm figuring out right now. I'm just playing around with this mask here. We're feeding it into a shader in the game, and that kind of requires it to have certain properties to its color. Kind of, it needs to have like a full range of colors to be fed into the material. It needs more than just like a hard edge. It needs to be like, it needs to go from soft to hard so that that mask can work properly. Now, Ethan, can you man the ship for a minute and chat with the brilliant people while I get myself some lunch? Because I'm really hungry.
Yeah, sure, mate.
Alright, well, I'll be back in like 5 minutes to do this. And throw the spinner on while I'm away. But I'll leave the visuals up.
Cameron, your question, can whole mech / players be deemed irrelevant and hence be despawned? Yes, they absolutely can. There's a value called always relevant, which is like a boolean. Just a checkbox, and that means it will never despawn it, which is what I do for most things, or at least most player things where I never want them to disappear. So yeah, it can also be quite a problem. That's probably one of the funniest issues. So when it was occurring, it was you know, I can remember a player like literally had their guns not working, like the guns were not attached to their mech, but if they shot, it still worked because it was still there on the server. So it was quite funny. Will there be a mech with wheels? No major plan to do this right now, but it could be quite interesting. Perhaps far off in the future. I definitely like variance. Like we've tried to, well, we have made our mechs quite variant. The Cairn is quite light and fast, and then TVR is actually still a bit fast, but big and bulky. So from a game design point of view, it's much more interesting to have much more things that can happen. So yeah. And sorry about the 3D model questions. I have no idea. Have you considered mechs with more than 2 legs? Yes, we've been thinking about it for quite a while. People have been asking for it for quite a while, and it is not the mainstream plan, but it could potentially happen in the future as well. One of the main things we're doing is, quite obviously, if your mech walks up a slope and maybe like quite a steep slope, it slows the mech down quite a lot because it has to walk up and traction and everything. I think it'd be really cool. I think these are just ideas. I think it'd be really cool so that multi-legged mechs have an advantage for the slopes, which kind of, on the exact same maps, it grants them more access to different regions, which makes them play really quite differently. It would make it feel very different to play with them. And that could be balanced by making them, like I said earlier, glass cannons and things like this. Yeah, no concrete plans. For now, concrete plans are to get this base game with two-legged mechs as good as possible. Titan can fall. I can say we use in Unreal Engine, we have a material and then material instances. And so we have parameters and material instances that affect the base material for things like weathering. Yeah, that'd be cool, almost like a car wheel differential. Yeah, that could be quite interesting. Like in my mind, I really like the idea of an eight-legged, like arachnid style mech, where the body is big enough to hold one really, really big weapon, but that's kind of it. Yeah, or an artillery, yeah. Which bit? We have the base main mech material, which has parameters, and with material instances, like an instance of this material, we can pass in parameters to affect what the material does. So we can pass in wear values like that. Do you have ejection systems like jet fighters? We plan to have it. It's also the ejection handle is modeled in, and we've been thinking about exactly how to do it. In fact, we kind of know how we're going to do it. It's just not in just yet. We also don't know exactly what to do with from a gameplay perspective, because maybe the best thing from a gameplay perspective is to just try and stay in the fight for as long as possible. So why are you ejecting, and what's the point of doing this? I like the idea. People, very keen players, may have noticed that we have a switch in the cockpit called reactor shields. And if you flick that switch, it does do stuff right now, but it's not fully implemented. The point of the shields is that the mech reactors they can explode massively. So I really like the idea of being able to set it like if your mech is absolutely done, if all your weapons are blown up and you're out of like micro drones to repair you. I like the idea of making the reactor go critical, making sure the shields are off and ejecting to get out, and then the mech blowing up. Lots of things to play around with, but yes, we definitely plan to have ejection. So you have a default material which specifies overrides. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. The camo material is all one material. And we pass in, at least it is right now, and we pass in a whole load of different parameters. And so that's how it works with all the different components and weapons that you can put on the mechs, is that they all have the exact same camo, and so they all kind of share the same base material that they do different things with. Which is why like the side, well, not exactly why, but it's why like the camouflage patterns and colors and everything all match. Reduced respawn timer? What do you mean? Will the game have nation or sects because so I'm with ERA? I'm not quite sure what you mean there, Gamer Boy. If you clarify, please. So are there more miniguns? We currently have two pure miniguns. We have other things that function similarly, and there's almost certainly going to be more things like this on the way. Oh, I see. Yes, reduced respawn timer as to why you would eject. That's a really good idea. That's a really, really good idea, actually. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm not the streamer, there's a bit of a delay of when the messages come in, so sorry about that. This will be a multiplayer game only, right? Not quite. We have plans for a co-op and single player modes as well. Maybe you could make it so that disabling the shields will murk your pilot, leading to guaranteed long timer to make using the reactor detonation a risky play. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. It's interesting. I do like really prioritize the types of gameplay options that really branch out. So there's many different things that you can do, and it all affects the games a different way. And that's definitely my preferred style of games. Will it be able to run on low-end device? We are going to aim to get it to run as performantly as possible, and because of some of the decisions we've made, particularly because we would need it to run on VR, the game will be fairly performant. It's not going to be like a lot of modern games use some, let's say, newer technology, which isn't so kind to older or lower spec PCs, and we aren't using these. We're using some more traditional and faster methods. So TLDR, it should run fairly well, and hopefully well enough for your PC. Yeah, I see what you're saying it, accept tab. It's quite interesting. I quite like it. The thought process behind preserving your player or not playing with these risks to get different respawns. Quite a cool idea. There's a lot of untapped potential for single player mech games. I agree. I think there's a lot of untapped potential for most mech games, honestly. Stories and characters are always lacking, in my opinion. What type of suit do you prefer? That's the good question. How can you improve on the multiplayer? Well, we don't classify the game as a beta yet. It's still in an alpha, so we're spending a lot of our time and all the frequent playtests that we run to exactly decide on exactly how we want the multiplayer to be. So we have lots of ideas and we're playing around with lots of different types right now.
Yes.
Bottleneck.
There you go. I've consumed soup and a slice of bread, and I'm ready to finish this. So now the mission is basically you just get some textures on this thing and then put it on a bunch of mechs. I appreciate your Battletech nerdery. You're asking me to tell you that? I mean, I'm sure I do. I wasn't here, so I don't know what you did in particular. But I appreciate some Battletech nerdery in general, I think. So right now it's looking a bit of a raw metal material, like a brushed steel for the back end section. The heatsink, I mean. Will there be customization for the mech interior? There's been a lot of requests, so we'll probably do something. What that would be, as of yet, we aren't 100% sure. But with the volume of requests, it would be a bit weird not to do anything. The Allard Leo maneuver. I mean, like, I know those are like Mech Warrior words, but I don't know if I'm in deep enough, man. I don't know if I'm in deep enough to know what that is. I could use copper for this thing. That's true, but it doesn't look as modern. And like, if I pull up this image here, you see a lot of the heatsinks are silvery, shiny metals, so I'll probably take things in that direction. Will there be decals? Absolutely. There is decals right now. They're in, they're live, and they will be in the final version of the game.
Forever.
What's it? Did you say forever?
Took me forever to make. Yeah, it was like 3 whole days.
It was pretty painful for Ethan.
What does EOD stand for? It stands for Engines of Destruction.
That would have been a brilliant opportunity to make something up. What else could it stand for?
Explosive Ordnance Disposal. That's a good.
Edge of Darkness.
Yeah.
I'll actually show you the decals once I finish doing this texturing and I'm in the engine. They tend to be another copper than the another color than the back copper or the aluminium. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, be that as it may, kind of going for just the swag potential of the raw metal. It appeals to me, so, you know, it may be not 100% logical, but that's just what I'm going to go for. It'll be pretty concealed most of the time anyway. Let's see if I can get the top part of the heatsink in. Sorry, the reflector. It's 4:30 AM. Go to sleep. What are you doing watching a live stream at 4:30 AM? Now, while I do agree with you, G-Police, that would be cool, I think Ethan would not stop crying for a week if I told him he had to program that. It would be an unbelievable job to make it have like a large MMO battle space. It would be a huge, huge task for our little development studio. I mean, that's the kind of thing that can just kill a company trying to make something like that. How many people are working on the project so far? We have two main developers, and then we have some people who help us out. Do we know what the factions are yet? Yes, we do, but there's only 2 that have been featured in the playtests so far. Have you considered making a gradient that you can overlay on heated components like... Ooh! Now I have. Now I have. Ethan,
Yo.
Imagine if this what Acceptables just said. We could have a gradient on weapons that makes them start to glow when they get hot.
You could totally do that. That'd be sick.
That'd be so badass. I might literally be you. Hey, I just like some good music, alright? There's multiple people streaming. Yeah, you're seeing my view. I'm NH. I'm doing the 3D art. Ethan is the programmer. He's suffering on servers in the background. With the laser protection, just bounce lasers. So right now, for design-wise, we're thinking it's gonna protect you from lasers completely, but then like once it runs out of once it overheats, then it's gonna stop protecting you.
They can probably also get shot out.
Oh yeah, they can also be like blown off with conventional weapons. I mean, it's just the best of like what game music has to offer on this playtest, really. What program am I using right now? Yeah, so I swapped programs. Before I was using Blender, and now I'm creating the textures in Substance Painter. And the texture baking, I did that in Mom's Tube. Oh, sorry, it's Substance Painter. What kind of workflow am I using for the mechs? So it's basically just like a high to low poly workflow, except I have a special material that I feed a bunch of masks in to generate the armor material and the visual appearance of that in the game. We don't happen to need an intern, unfortunately not. I mean, it would be kind of awesome to take people on right now, but our funding is pretty much just the support we get through Patreon right now, which is enough to keep us afloat, and we are tremendously grateful for it, but it's not enough to bring any like new people in. Work for exposure. How large is the thing we're working on? It's about half a meter to like 40 centimeters across, I think. It's not that big. Depends on this, because it's going to tile across the mech like a bunch of different times. So I'm a bit, I'm not talking too much about what I'm doing right now, but I'm basically just trying to copy this like solar panel vibe onto this. Make it interesting enough visually. It might be a bit too solar panel, you know what I mean? Are you technically in a mecha, or you are the mecha? No, you're in the mech. You're a pilot, piloting the mech. It's not like an automated robot or anything. Good question though. Jesus. You're John Mech, yeah. John. But yeah, like when you're in the cockpit, you can look around, you can see your arms and legs, and you know all the. You can see your hand on the what do you call it? The control stick. John Destruction from the Hit Cave. A solid mirror doesn't have a nice because they're like more armor to the solar panel. Yeah, I think you're right. I just kind of like the solar panel. I don't know. Mental. A prism of these part. Yeah, like as I get a bit deeper into this, like I'm getting less certain about the visuals that I'm presenting here. I'm just gonna play around a little bit and see how it feels. It might be the case that I go back to the drawing board on this part and change it up a little bit on the model and then bring it through the process again. Which takes a little bit of time, but not an unfathomable amount of time. One that's like a mirror that doesn't work, a solar panel one, and a prism that shoots the laser back at the enemy. Can you imagine that? You blast a guy, and his like armor just fires the laser like cleanly back at you. That'd be really funny. Yeah, the solar panel doesn't really make that much sense. It looks a lot better in black actually than blue. That's what I'm saying, Titan. Titan can fall. I don't know why I find it so difficult to read the names that people have. I think just turning it from black to blue, but like keeping the slight, you know, solar panel-like visage of it actually works fairly well. Yeah, but what if it did absorb power from the laser attacks there? Summonstein. This just looks like chocolate. You cannot eat it. You must not eat the solar panels. In a good way. In a delicious way. Should be an arm that pops out with a small makeup mirror in its hand and blocks the laser. Titanic can fall. I think it's the capitalization. If it was like Titan, capital C can, and then fall, like I would have read it first time instantly. But it's like the lack of capitalization and then the sudden capitalization that makes it really hard to read. I'm thinking we're double layering hexagons. We're double dipping on the hexagon shapes. Yeah, I'm starting to feel this design a little bit. Having a variety of reflectiveness is going to be like really important for getting it to look right. An electrical hazard sign. Okay, well we haven't confirmed yet that it will give you a zap, but maybe. Are they just going to absorb X amount of damage for a panel, or can they be heated up but cool back down, giving a sort of regenerative armor? So I'm thinking that they'll heat up to a certain point, and then once they've heated up to their maximum, they won't be resistant to lasers anymore. And at that point, they can be, you know, they may be destroyed by the damage from the laser weapon. Yeah, acceptable. That's exactly what I'm trying to do right now with the roughness. This isn't Marmoset, by the way. This is Substance Painter now that we're in. Oh yeah, the bakes from Marmoset are absolutely incredible. 100% encourage anyone to get it who likes baking. And I'm not talking about bread. That's the worst joke of the stream, Jesus Christ. Yeah, brilliant tool. Gets the job done really nicely. It has some other cool stuff you can do too to plan out your bakes and some other bits and bobs. In Substance Painter, you can do a lot of stuff. You could bake a bread model. No one would stop you. In Substance Painter, you can set like per layer. It's basically like Photoshop, but for textures. I mean, it's even owned by Adobe. Which some would see as a bit of a downside, myself probably included. But it does let you do a lot. Yeah, I mean, making a joke in chat is one thing, but I'm on the VOD here. Everything I say will be recorded. You can delete your messages. My awful jokes will be penned in the record forever. I wish all to be customers. Sorry, customers? Executives Merry Christmas, yeah. Actually, that is a cool idea as well, Apoc. I think looking at like different ways to create like interplay between like different players setting targets for like different weapons as well. Certainly something we're interested in. I'm pretty happy with that for now. I may elaborate on it a little more later, but I got the job done today. You do know you can edit a bottom post? Nah, surely not. That wouldn't be possible. Couldn't like private it or anything. But I think one bet it would have to be a really bad joke. To take a whole font down, it would have to be pretty awful. That shit would have to be career ending to delete the whole thing. Stream's over, VOD's getting deleted, everyone go home. Oh yeah, no, that would have to be a bad one. Why is the weathering green? What you're seeing for this part here is like, how would I put it? It's temporary, I guess. It'll be regenerated in the engine to a bunch of different colors. So the reason why is because the player will be able to pick their color, and this is just sort of for me to be able to indicate what part's what. Thanks for coming by, Afog. Enjoy the pub. Yeah, it's basically just a stand-in for like where the paint would be in the actual engine. Yeah. I mean, if I did have a previous version where the contrast was like red, green, yellow, and blue and stuff, and some like really obvious things. But in this case, I just want to make it more of an approximation of what the mech would actually look like, with sort of put like green camo on it. Yeah. That's like, this is like mech paint, so you'll be able to select your color. How would a vertical map in EOD work if you did one? It wouldn't, maybe? I don't know. Like, maybe it just wouldn't. But if it did, it would probably rely on things like the HMK and a lot of like ramps for mechs to walk up. The silvery metal parts here, like these white parts are the weathering, the green part is like the colored paint. Will dropships be a thing like a certain other mech game? Probably not, but we do have an idea about something we'd like to do with helicopters. And we'll see if that manifests or not. It would be an ambitious idea, but we'll see. Will there be a cat drone that chases after the lasers? I mean, it'd be very, it'd be funny, but I don't know if that would necessarily be something we'd add to the game. Are you gonna get some Sikorsky S64s? I mean, I'm gonna have to look up what that even is. Oh, yes, basically. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at. But bigger. Oh yeah, acceptable. I have looked at those. I think they're very cool. That was where a lot of the idea came from in the first place. Will this game be HOTAS compatible? Yes. And VR compatible, and you can use the HOTAS in VR, and you can do a ton of other stuff too. It should be pretty good, pretty like versatile, I think. So you can play the game however you would like to play it the most. Crack IR, it's considered, yeah. It's like an eventual thing. We think it'd be neat. We just don't actually have any hardware. We don't have the hardware for that. So it'll take a little bit of time to we'll have to pick up the hardware and stuff, so maybe like a post-release thing or like an early access period type thing. If you have VR set up, you basically have the back end done. Yeah, that is true.
Resilience.
Okay. Oh dear. I hope you saved. Thank you, Titan Can. Hope you sleep well. I think you said before it was like 7 AM or something and you'd been up through the night, so I waggle my finger at your bad sleep habit and tut disapprovingly, but I hope you can get some good rest. Curious if the team has played Hawken. What are your thoughts on the deployable equipment system MG slash rocket turrets for flexibles? Yeah, well, I played. I did play Hawken a long time ago. Obviously, everyone played it a long time ago because it's closed, right? But I don't think I actually experienced those turrets, so I don't really have any thoughts about it, other than that, like the idea of it is pretty cool. Oh, let's have a big stretch here. Get back in the texture business. If I want to see some procedural texture, post show stuff, cool. I'll check it out after the stream, and I'll reply to you on the Discord. I'm just deciding if there's anything else I want to do here. I've been fairly quiet about the process of what I've actually been doing here, but the goal was just to get a nice reflective panel on top and a bit of a plastic casing around the outside that still seems plausibly reflective. A laser was to hit it.
Looking good.
Thank you very much. I'm probably set to cover a mech in it. The turrets are a pretty cool addition to their balance premium. Okay, that's interesting. We've been thinking about ways to add PvE turrets to EOD. That's one thing we're looking at for the PvE co-op and single player mode. Okay, I'm going to export the textures for this now. Oh, actually, there's one thing I need to do. I need to set up the Armour colors. This should basically all be on tone 2. There we go. The heat sinks looks a little too smooth, maybe throw some noise on there. I don't know, man, like heat sinks are really smooth. Look at them, they're like perfectly flat almost. Like, obviously this one's been banged around a bit, but I put a bit of edge wear on it just to kind of toughen it up a little bit. But generally speaking, they are like really like uniform in almost every single situation. So I don't know. Okay. I mean, turrets would be interesting. I don't think we'd have them as a deployable thing from our mech, but like, they'll probably feature as like a part of a game mode or something if we do have them, and it might serve like a kind of an area denial purpose for like game mode reasons. Some noises roughness. Yeah, let's try this experiment. Let's play around a little bit. See what we can do. Because I think it could look good. A bit of a warped metal effect there, looks decent. Stick a bit of roughness on it on top of that. Yeah, I think you were right. It looks better if it's been banged up a little bit. Although I will say there's something the player is barely going to see at all, because it's tucked right in behind these panels. Oh, thank you very much, Sebastian. It's not totally unlike my normal playlist, but this is one that will only have... This playlist only has music that won't get whacked off the stream, basically. Like, it's all like game soundtracks and stuff like that. Yeah, that'll do, I think. Thanks for the suggestion, acceptable. Alright, let's explore these textures. One moment. C and key switch press. No, no. Sorry, we got it back. What thermal paste rank goes on these heat sinks? Yeah, I'm not so sure. Any thermal paste we have would be qualified for pure laser situations. You can't see the menu right now, but I'm just filtering through and setting up all the export presets. Magic, yeah, it's Mech magic. Thermal cement. It's the thermal bricks that Rem keeps throwing at everyone. And welcome back, expert. Okay, so now thermal paste would work as ablative armor. I don't even know what that is. Due to containing ceramic parts. Okay. So earlier on I was asked what's the most boring part of game development, and the answer is what's coming up. So now I just have to put these panels on every single mech. I mean, like every single mech. That's 5 whole chassis covered in these panels. Good morning, heretical nerd. I mean, we're basically all new here. This is like the second time I've streamed developing Unity, so you know, things are still pretty fresh. I'm gonna swap the scenes back to Blender now. 5 whole chassis so far. Set to double by the time we get to the end of the roadmap. More than double. Or is it double? I don't remember. Don't quote the words I'm saying. Just quote the roadmap. Gonna get a lot more boring once you have more modules and more mechs. Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, so now I need to make this into a single unit, and then that's gonna be, it's gonna be placing. It's just gonna be a lot of placing. Well, tell me your idea, I'm interested. we're gonna have alternative ammo like spikes and heat. Maybe. We've been considering it, but right now we're mostly just focusing on the different swapping between weapons. Does physical coverage matter, or does it just give a damage resistance to the part it's attached to? For the sake of gameplay, physical coverage does not matter. It's just for the part it's attached to. Okay, I'm just thinking about the best way to do this. That will be the best for you guys to watch. Let me think for a moment. Okay, so basically I'm going to be putting this on all the mechs, but also we're going to be putting it in Unreal Engine. So I'm just thinking about what to show first. And I think I'm going to show it on the mechs first. So let's get to business. Chess table? Huh? Did that show? Is that on the stream? Oh, it's not on the stream. Hold on. Let me. Did I draw this on the last stream, or did I have some kind of like fugue state where I drew a really bad Mech Warrior Atlas? I'm genuinely not sure. I don't fully remember drawing this. Goodbye. You know, I'll leave it. It's kind of funny. That's Patreon. Oh, it was Patreon Q&A. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't know why I saved that, but it's kind of outstanding. Yeah, someone asked like how big the mechs are, relevant to Battletech Atlas. Why is this file in such a mess right now? Something seems to have gone wrong here, and I'm not quite sure what. Witness Finalizing's final product. I don't know what you're witnessing because I've accidentally balked this file a little bit. But that's okay. I can easily fix any issues that occur. Yeah. Oh, that just disappeared for some reason. That's weird. Yeah. You know, decal so motion support Mech, that'd be fun. And hello, Rinbo. I'm just trying to figure out how I've messed up this file, to be honest. Because something has gone off-piste here. And I previously had all of my Mech files in a very, very regimented state. Is this the right file? No, this is a very old file. Oh, placing armor workflow. Let's see. 2D grid, place the plates along it with an arrow modifier, locks the edge scale on the grid, apply them out using skin modifier. Pretty good idea. I'll try that in a minute. I'm just figuring out what's gone wrong with my files right now. Okay, I think everything's fine. It's just for some reason I've split this mech up with its hard points, and I don't know why I did that. Definitely the work of Steve. Would more damage modeling be possible? Yeah, it is. We're building up as we go along. Oh yeah, take it easy, acceptable. It's been cool having you pass the stream. Thanks for your suggestions and everything. It's been really, really cool. What's the max matchmaking party size? Actually, don't know. Ethan, do you know?
It's really just a game mode question. How many players do we want in the game mode? Oh, do you mean a group match? Yeah, so it'll be limited by game mode. Yeah.
So it's just the size of like how many people can be on the team in a game mode?
Probably.
Alright. Okay, I think we're all good. I just got a little confused for a moment. Yeah, 10v10s for the big hit. Like, 10v10s were so good that we're probably gonna axe like 5v5s. Currently thinking anyway. Okay, the situation is now under control. I don't know what I did to these files, but actually, as I picked it apart, I kind of figured out what I did to these files. 4/8-legged, 8-legged. How many legs do you need? No, I mean, maybe. We've been thinking about it. We've been thinking about it. So it's possible. Not 8 though. That's too many. Maybe 4. 16 legs, 32 legs, 64 legs, 128 legs. Do you run the risk of getting sued over using Mech or any other possible IP language? We don't use any IP language. Mech is not an IP language. One leg. You join back and you see an automaton from Helldivers 2. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, like, ID2K, like, we're not trying to make something that everyone's trying to make, if you know what I mean. We're just trying to do our own thing. Just make sure I got the size about right. It's a little bit too big. There you go. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone will come along to us. A lot of people actually talk about it. They go, "Oh, you're gonna get sued." No, we're not gonna get sued. I feel like I'm tempting fate dangerously here, but we don't do anything that infringes on anyone's copyright. Mega Builder, you have no idea how many April Fools we have stacked up at this point. Pogo Mechs are just gonna have to join the queue and wait. But yeah, I mean, like, people leave all kinds of like weird comments on YouTube, and other places. And I think people saying that we're gonna get like, not in the way that you said it, by the way, but people are like, you're gonna get sued by this company. It's one of the only ones that actually like winds me up a tiny bit, because like we're just, why would we? It doesn't make any sense. And then hilariously, on the other end of the spectrum, you have people who are like, add BT from Titanfall, and it's like, now that would get us sued. That would be copyright infringement of the highest degree. You don't know how litigious Piranha games are, but Fast WizKids tops, and then Microsoft to own the IP at one point or another period. Yeah, I mean, they own the MechWarrior IP, but we are not making a MechWarrior game. There's nothing MechWarrior about what we're doing. I mean, it's an original universe, original designs, etc., etc. Yeah, yeah. But these are our own mechs, you know. This is the Velican. It's our own thing. Thank you, Jason. Other than playtesters, what kind of help do we need from the community? There's a few main ways you can help out, like, basically... Just kind of, I never really got over the awkward aspect of, like, talking about this stuff, but, like, obviously there is the Patreon. Patreon support makes an enormous difference to what we can get done. It lets us live and develop the game, like, full-time, and also, whatever money's left over, we can, spend on, like, development. So that's a huge thing. Telling your friends about the game, if you have, like, Mech fan friends, is really cool. Hanging out around the Discord, watching the streams, like... Just being around is really awesome, honestly. Wishlisting the game obviously boosts us way up on the Steam algorithm, and that's great for a number of reasons that are pretty obvious. So, you know, just being around is really cool, to be honest. Like, financial support is amazing if you can do that, but just being around motivates us and helps the game reach more people than it would normally. What your friends know about this game? Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, it is a reasonable ask, but still a bit awkward, you know. We obviously believe in what we're doing to a high degree, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But yeah, maybe it's the Britishness. Makes it feel awkward or something. I don't know. You split between two bodies and let's be honest. Yeah. Well, We will be delivering the party matchmaking. Ethan, when? When are we getting it? Next test? I need it
Working
now.
on it.
But yeah, I'll be there. That is something that we wanted in the previous tests, but like, it's so hard to build multiplayer matchmaking. And I don't even know the half of it, to be honest. It's all Ethan's territory.
We're nearly there, honestly.
Someone says, Ethan, give it. Why are you holding out on us? We want it. We want it now. This is kind of hard to arrange these tiles, right? Like Ethan P is for suffering the hellish pits of code enough, bro. Don't cook yourself, Michael, but thanks for coming past the stream. Did the grid method for placing the plates work? I didn't test it yet because this part is so awkwardly shaped that I need to do it by hand. But I'll try it out on the legs where it's a bit more workable. And I think the grid method will work on the legs. But once I'm just doing this bit by hand there. Although I'm using some arrays. Will there be LAN support? Probably not, to be honest. But there will be dedicated server support, so you can still play on a LAN network, but it's just not like the most. It's not like a design part of it, I guess. Well, these armor plates, these are laser reflective plates for protecting your mech from laser weapons. That's what we're dealing with here. Yeah, you could host a LAN server just using the regular dedicated ones, just like don't pull forward. But it's not like we've made like a Minecraft open to LAN type option in the game. It's just not there. It's not a thing. Are you interested in voluntary translation for people with no experience besides being a native, or nah? Kinda. We have a few translators lined up in certain languages, but I understand that to be like quite a popular way to translate games to languages that we wouldn't necessarily have the funding to pay for. Like, it wouldn't be worth translating to those languages for us, like financially. But it would be good for obviously the people who speak that language. Like, we want everyone to play EOD. Not we want everyone to play EOD. We want everyone to be able to play EOD. So yeah, I think it's something we can definitely look into once we have localization set up on the code side of things. Game like Unturned does give you the option to choose your server to be public or LAN through Notepad, of course. Yeah. If anything, it would be like that. It wouldn't be necessarily more convenient than any other method. Add contact 1 ERA block as an Easter egg. I mean, that's basically why your ERA system already is. If you've seen it, maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't, but it really does just look like contact. This one I'm doing right now is basically just like laser contact, so. Can you mix different armor? Pilates. Can you mix different armor plates? Yes, you can, but only per region. So the top part and the bottom part are 2 different regions for armor plates, and you can put them on those parts separately. The ERA on some mechs is rather massive, yes. Is that a hitbox issue? No, not really. because they just apply to the bits below. When will the next playtest be? It's been announced. It will be at the end of July.
At lunchtime for me, I'll be right back.
Jolly good. Armored combat. Armored combat. It's Ace Combat and Armored Core as a single thing at last. The two ACs combined. Or maybe Armored Combat is a real game, I don't know. Your screen is tiny. Which modeler is this? Blender. That's all good. I thought it was funny. I think there was a game called Armored Combat. It was like a tank game or something. Armored Warfare, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. It wasn't called Armored Combat, it was called Armored Warfare. Yeah, Blender's nice. It does a lot of stuff. Does pretty much everything I need. And it's free, which is the best price. You think about it like better with a bigger gap? Honestly, maybe. I'm just kind of experimenting right now. I think the way they looked when I arranged them on the other one actually looked better. So I might just quickly put this down as a reference piece because my previous arrangement was better. This looks, yeah, this looks so much better than this, I think. A mech board game called Battletech? Yeah, well, we're all Battletech fans around here. Pelican with arms has been something that has been discussed in hushed corners and dark robes under the cover of moonlight. It's terrifying, terrifying precedent. Or possibility. Yeah, I like your thinking, Renderer. I'm just gonna set the material up quickly just for better pre-visualization, and then I'm gonna try and make something nice out of it. I'm gonna make one that is a blob of solar panels for the memes. Yeah, let's see if we can get some better shapes on this thing. How about that? I'm gonna go scorched earth with it. I need to delete it all for now because I'm really not too fond of these shapes. Leave one survivor so I can copy and paste it again. Where are we based out of? We're based out of the UK. We are British game developers. Oh, hello, Kaito. Su. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the orange one does look better because of the gaps. I think that hand placing had something to it after all. Luckily, we can get a little crafty here. And I can just copy this placement and then work from here. So I'm going to do that right now. Actually, I just... wait a second. Best way to do this. Not that. That just makes them disappear for some reason. Why copy the other one? Not usable? No, it is usable. It is usable. Twitch chat's kind of quiet today. Actually, they haven't been going too crazy. You're a license for that bit of painting, bruv. I don't think you've got the registered paperwork to put that many hexagons on your mech. Don't think that's allowed, actually. Don't think it's fair game. It's pretty nasty business. I'm just thinking for a moment how to handle this. Customers British things they're British. How do they see through the plates? The cameras look through the gaps between the plates to create the cockpit screen image. Yeah, pretty much like the Ace Combat coffin. Can cameras be destroyed? No, they cannot. What if they hit you on the very front of the cockpit where they're on the plates? I mean, I'm just adjusting the plate positions at the moment. So, oh my god. I'm losing control of this Velic and it's lagging. There's so many parented meshes to it. There we go. Just covering your windows with plates and impact your visibility? Nah. Okay, so now we're gonna play the... Can I remember how to do this thing that I want to do? Challenge. And the answer is maybe. I need to replace all of these objects with this object, which there is a way to do it. And I am trying to remember what it is. Any Blender experts in the chat, now's the moment to chime in and remind me how to do this. I think it's like, is it like this? No, it wasn't that. Ah, there you go. And now I just need to fix the scale. Oops. Brilliant. I can delete that. Nope. Hold on. I can unparent all these first and then I can delete that. Yeah, E-War is something you're going to get a lot closer to release, but it probably won't involve shutting down people's displays. But it will involve messing with the signatures and the information that's going to feed out onto their displays. So you'll be able to feed through false positive signals and stuff like that. I kind of like it with a bit of chaos and a bit of disorder on the panels. It just looks cool. It looks more interesting than when they're regimented. It's almost like the opposite of the ERA, which looks better regimented. So I will straighten up a little bit. Yeah, the idea is like hundreds of tiny cameras, Jason. And then like a level of like reprojection to get the correct perspective. That would be pretty cool, Rinvo. It would be a bit difficult to make. That might be the vibe we're going for, Expert, because it looks kind of better. Like, it looks kind of better than when they're like super regimented. Even though obviously it makes more sense like not to have like gaps, like just having gaps looks a bit cooler. It looks a bit better. Why is the glass covered? There is no glass. It's metal. It's just cameras. We do actually plan to do something a bit like that, Rinmo. So we can have, because people do struggle now and again to understand where damage is coming from. So we do want to feed in something like that. Give people a bit of a heads up. It's always hard to design, like, through the side panel bit, absolutely fine, no problem. And then doing the bit where it like comes to a point at the front, it's always the most difficult with these armor packages. Like, I might even leave it a little bit open. The 100-ton max, true. I don't think that's ever been a thing we've done. I think we have mechs actually that are way over 100 tons right now. Like the TBR weighs like over 120 tons or something. Yeah, especially for the 16 leg mechs and the 128 leg mechs. But regarding the balancing, we have been putting some work into rebalancing all that stuff. So you're not going to see kind of issues anymore with getting wiped out via the legs and not knowing about it. The legs are a lot tankier. And it just plays a bit better in general. In patron playtests, the response has been relatively good. Or I don't know why I'm saying relatively, the response has been good to the changes. Will there be more mechs, more legs? Ah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, there will be more legs, and they'll have more legs, but maybe only 2 of them, you know? Or maybe 4 of them, but no more than 4. That'd be crazy. You start something, it's going to be either 2, 4, or 128 legs. Those are the only numbers that we'd permit in the game, I think. 24-legged mech? No, not 24. If it's not 128, 4 or 2, it's off the table. Mecha Pillar. Do I know Mech Commander? Yeah, I love Mech Commander. Mech Commander 2 is a brilliant game. One of my childhood games. Love playing it. If there's a Mech game out there, I either know it, or if I don't know it, I want to know it. So if I don't know it, tell me about it. But I do know Mech Commander 2. It kind of feels like a blanket that's been like draped across the front in a weird sort of way. I'm just checking these panels here because I don't want to obscure the weapons. 3.5 legs. Yeah, well, you could maybe do that. I like the shiny reflections. I'm just watching it like a cat watching a disco ball going, ooh, ooh. Probably move on to the lower aspects soon, once I just make sure to clear up any clipping issues and things. As you can imagine, doing this for every Mac takes a fair bit of time. And I might not do it for this stream. I might do it in my own time later on. I don't know that game though, Jason, but it sounds pretty cool. I haven't played a lot of arcade games in my time. Are we gonna make some Generation Zero looking mechs? Yeah, maybe a little bit in that direction, but they're not too far off what we're doing. The Gen 0 mechs have all numbers of legs. Some are spidery, some are not. Some are just walkers. Although they're not really... We're gonna get particular. Actually, they're not really mechs. They're robots because they don't have a pilot, but you know what I mean. Wheel two-legged mech would require high-speed spinning discs inside to create gyroscopic forces to keep it from falling over. Is that true? I feel like that's not true. I mean, you don't have a gyroscopic spinning disc inside you, right? And neither do those robots at Boston Dynamics. They just use leg balancing and balance the way that normal, you know, normal bipedal things balance. I don't think you need a spinning gyro. It could maybe help, but I think it can be done normally. I mean, I'm not going to read that out ID2K, but that's kind of funny. Okay, time to move on to the legs. Yeah, there's a weight stat, and you can choose whether you want to add it to the top part of the mech, up here, or only the legs. Sorry, independently you can pick, right? Like you can put it on the top and the bottom, or you can only put it on one or the other. If you feel like one aspect of that particular mech needs more protection than the other one. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Tony. I think you can balance without a gyro in a bipedal mech. I'll tell you something. When I am doing these streams like this, the amount, I mean, like, even though, like, you know, we're chatting on and we're kind of, you know, sharing stuff and chatting about, like, I get so much more work done because, you know, I'm not like, I'm not like opening up like some random like slop documentary on YouTube on like one monitor and like this, that, and the other. I'm locked in, just doing it. Good question, Soul Taker. That's a lot of capital letters. There will not be a feature that will let you disable mechs. However, you will be able to feed them some erroneous data about fake mech positions or other things like that, or to hide your own position. Oh yes, brilliant. Especially when I outsource the tricky task of naming these systems to you guys, because I do not enjoy doing that. But you guys seem to be really good at it, so yeah, a lot of benefits, a lot of benefits. Real-time audience testing, yeah. We have been thinking a lot more about, like, because, you know, we're doing like new maps and stuff, and like we want to get a bit more audience feedback, player feedback on the actual like gameplay itself. So we're like thinking about different ways to do that. Obviously, the patrons give us a lot of great data, but we need we need more data. We need swaths of data. Well, I'll tell you something, Soul Taker. We're probably not going to add Japanese style anime mechs. But we do have jetpacks for the mechs. There's the HMK High Maneuverability Kit. And also, you'll have mod tools. You could add the Japanese anime mechs. You can do whatever you want once we have the mod tools released. And we can't and won't, and I'm not particularly interested in stopping you. You signed up to be a pilot on Patreon, but you're not sure to link the Discord. Is that handled through Patreon? Yes. Okay, so you need to link your Discord account with your Patreon. If that does not work, you need to, in the description of this Discord, this stream, you might need to refresh the stream depending on how long you've had it open. But I have added the Discord link to the stream description. Get in there, and once you've linked your on Patreon, you have to link your Discord and Patreon account. And once you put those two things together, it should automatically assign your role. If it doesn't, please DM me or ping me in the chat, and we're going to get it fixed up as quickly as possible. The Patreon bot, and I do not say this lightly, is complete dog shit. It is awful. And there's not really another good way of handling it, unfortunately. So quite a lot of the time, it does not hand out the rules to people that they deserve. And that is really annoying because, it's just annoying. People should get what they've, got on Patreon. So please contact us as quickly as possible. If it does not do it, and we will fix it as quickly as we can. But yeah, the Discord has a secret Patreon section. Well, I mean, it's not a secret, but it's a limited access Patreon section. And in there, there's Patreon tests, there's Patreon chat. It's where we handle the Q&As, which there is one next week. And all that is handled in the Discord. But yeah, if you don't get your Patreon rewards, please reach out to us. And we will fix it immediately, or as quickly as physically possible. But yeah, you'll know you've got your rewards. Your name should go orange in the Discord. And then you'll be good. But yeah, one day we're gonna find some replacement for that bot, because it has been driving us mad. One person actually, this is when we first put the bot in the server. You're not going to believe this. One guy signs up for the Patreon, the bot bans him, or keeps essentially soft bans him from the Discord server. Because even though which by the way, the Discord server, for context, is public access, right? Anyone can join the Discord server. Not anyone can go in the Patreon section. That's obviously only for the patrons. But he signs up for the Patreon. He's been a member of the Discord server for a long time. Just chat and chill. And before he even had a Patreon, he's been around. He signs on for Patreon. The bot just kicks him out of the Discord immediately. He joins again. The bot now kicks him out of the Discord again. It was we had to go in and straight up remove the bot's privilege to kick people from the server. Which, to be honest, might have been on me that it even had it in the first place. But yeah, that bot has me pulling my hair out. It's an absolute nightmare. Thanks for your money, yeah. Thanks for your money. Don't ever speak to me again. But yeah, we may have to source it out to someone as opposed to the bot. Patreon is great, but the bot does suck. Yeah, 100%. The way we're doing it right now is we're using the bot because if someone signs on and we're asleep or whatever, we want them to get access immediately and not have to wait. Or if whoever would be responsible for it was asleep. So I'd say the bot has a 98% success rate, but then that 2% is where we step up. So I don't know. Until we can get a better automatic solution, unfortunately, it's just going to be like this. To my begrudgment at Patreon itself for making such a completely atrocious bot. We sleep? Yeah. Sleep is our key to getting the development done. I used to be a real no-sleeper, but Ethan convinced me. He was like, oh, you gotta rest properly. And then you'll do better development. I'm like, no, I'll stay up all night, every night. And eventually it caught up to me, and then I realized, well, maybe he was right. Always with all the always with the block counts. Guys, we gotta stop yelling. We're indoors. Ridiculous solar panels. Oh dear, I'm not doing that. This game has enough cursed memes as it is. I don't need to make it any worse. The game is free? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. This game will be reasonably priced. I promise you it will be a reasonable price. You will not be paying through the nose for this. The price is not yet announced. Because it's not 100% decided, but we know roughly how much it's going to cost. So it's not going to be expensive. But because, you know, because it's a game you have to ultimately pay for, you know, there's some good things. Like, there will never be any pay to win. And we'll also make sure that the servers, you'll always be able to host a dedicated server, and, you know, a bunch of other great, like, benefits of this kind of model of payment. Well, nice to see you coming by, Andre. Hope you enjoy your Mech gaming. Does in Mech count as indoors? I mean, you're in the door of the Mech, right? I was going to show you guys decals. I'll show it to you later when we're in the engine. Figuring out some other forms of monetization isn't a bad idea. Yeah, we've had internal discussions, but we're mostly focused on a regular model of like buy the game, get the game, play the game. If anything else comes along later, we'll make sure it's something that people are happy with and is fair to the community. £5 sticker pack. Yeah, longevity is part of our roadmap. You know, when the time comes, and this isn't an if because it's a when, because like on a scale that's large enough, everything becomes too expensive to keep running, right? When that time eventually comes, no, if it's, you know, 5 years, 10 years, however long, and we can't afford to run EOD official servers anymore, at that time you'll still be able to play EOD because dedicated servers will be available for you to host your own matches, community co-op sessions, modded games, whatever. So we have the longevity plan that like no matter what, EOD will never go away, and will never be an unplayable game once it has released. But yeah, no, it's a good thing to consider. Can you clip inside a door and be indoors? Definitely. You'd be like double indoors. Oh. Consider the acqui-hire buyout aspect. If Microsoft comes and offers you money for your IP, take it. I don't think that's gonna happen. But it's a nice thought that someone might offer us millions of dollars for the EOD IP. Although it's my baby. I don't know if I'd be able to sell it just like that. Your clang gun. I don't know what that means, but power to you. If the price is, well, I suppose so. I mean, if the price is, there's always a price for everything, but I would not easily. I'll tell you that much. You know, I'd sell EOD and then suspiciously 6 months later a new Mech game would be announced featuring the Velikant and the Zafront. 100 quid in a bag of walkers. Free this game for 1 day on launch? I mean, that's the day that matters, like. I'm not trying to be too money-minded, but if we made the game free on launch day, it would never sell any copies because everyone would just get their free copy. Yeah, I mean, that definitely is the thing, Jason, to be fair. Like, that is how a lot of stuff goes. Isn't it UOD2 in the planet base? I don't think I said that. We'll get one game out of the way first, eh? Let's get the first game released. Are all of these the same size? Yeah, they're the same size. UOD with blackjack and hookers, hell yeah. UOD with dynamic stock market cryptocurrency gambling. Now we're talking. Forget the mix. Oh yeah, I put this I put this one song in the stream playlist just to give people War Thunder PTSD because I thought it'd be funny. In fact, I think there's two. I think it's this one, and then there's hold on. Keep holding on. I'm a recovering War Thunder player. I'm glad this is having the desired effect on everyone that it has on me when I hear it. You can smell me on Venice. I played a couple of rounds last night because I was just like looking at the maps and stuff, trying to get a little bit inspired. I did not have a good time. I'll leave it at that. Song's giving you brain damage. You wouldn't be the only one. Oh, I'm very glad that playing that had the desired effect. And a wave of psychological damage is being released. 300 hours only at 5.0, that's the life, man. That's the way it goes. It's actually hilarious, like, how would I put this? Like, how much, like, emotional damage War Thunder has done to gamers. As, like, when we mention some things about our game, like, for example, the fact that there is, like, progression and you, like, work your way through all the different, like, mech parts and everything as you level up, people, like, have their precedents set for, like, what it's going to be like from War Thunder. So people, like, hear about, like, progression, or they hear about, like, certain features that is shared, like, well, I don't say shared, but, like, you know, War Thunder didn't invent tech trees and stuff. This has become, like, a... It's like War Thunder Addicts Anonymous here. But yeah, like the ideas that War Thunder has for things like, you know, progressive system stuff. When we mention on YouTube or whatever that like we have those things in our game, even though that we are like the most, you know, we're so different in like every way to War Thunder. Like the way our progression works, is, you know, it's not even a tech tree. It's like a leveling up situation. But it's funny because we just get such like a visceral bad reaction of people going like, you know, people like freaking out, being like, please don't be like this, War Thunder or whatever. So, you know, actually, in many ways I like War Thunder, but it has left a very bad taste in many gamers' mouth. Clearly, if it reaches as far as us, and we're not even like mentioning War Thunder, you know, we're just like mentioning the very idea of like unlocking a vehicle in a vehicle combat game. And that enough alone is like enough to like get people scared and like thinking about the War Thunder grind. Yeah, literally it scarred the gamers, man. War Thunder's it's left damage on people. I should add some RimWorld soundtrack, you're right. Yeah, no, really range value. You're absolutely right. Like, literally, people's eyes start twitching, and we're not even mentioning War Thunder. Like, we're mentioning like things that like War Thunder has, but like we have to, even though it's different, and that gets people like going, oh no. And to be fair, can relate. Like, if I, assuming like I wasn't the developer of EOD and I saw EOD and I was like, oh cool, Mech game. I want to play a Mech game. And then if I saw them saying it's going to be like War Thunder, my eyes have always started twitching too. Although, we have actually never said that because it's not true. But yeah, the closeness, I suppose, in vehicle combat is enough. It is funny how everyone's played War Thunder, but also it kind of makes sense. Like, it kind of, it tracks. It tracks. It makes sense. We all like vehicle combat. We like mechs. We like tanks. I mean, I'm not going to talk shit about War Thunder in like a bad way. Actually, I think a lot of what they've done is kind of amazing. Like the bullet projectile systems, the enormous number of vehicles and stuff. And I don't like talking badly about really any game developer, even if they have insanely aggressive free-to-play models. But I'll leave it at that. People's reactions are interesting. Mech vehicle combat X vehicle World War II combat. That could be kind of interesting, like really old style mechs. Once the game gets big enough, a matchmaking based on player skill versus player level would be good. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Maybe like an ELO system or something. It's just a bit difficult to design these things, especially for like indie games like this one, you know? We don't ever know how many players we're going to have, so we don't know like what could happen. Like, I look at some of our kind of, how would I put it, like, what's the name? There's a name for it, there's a word. You know, I look at other mech games, like MechWarrior Online, loads of players, like most of the time, but some other mech games have done... They, unfortunately, despite making really cool games, they have suffered really badly from, like, low player counts. And obviously we really, really don't want that to happen with EOD. So we're kind of keeping it minimal, the amount of systems that we're putting in the game that will require a lot of players, because if we do have a low player count situation, we want the game to be playable. You guys are chatting too fast, I can't keep up. I'm doing 3D modeling at the same time. Which is cool, but if I miss some messages, I apologize. Because it's going pretty quickly. Yeah, I could do that, never lost. I definitely could do that. Or I could even just like double up the scaffolding I have. EOD stands for Explosive Ordnance Disposal. That it does. You'll throw money at us for cockpit cosmetics, so please just don't make this beta win. Stream is stuttering. Oh no. Hold on, stand by please. Let me check. Am I dropping frames? I didn't drop any frames. Stream is lagging hard right now. Shit. Okay. You know, I actually don't know what to do about that. It's back? Okay. Yeah, okay, Good for me now? Not noticing anything? Okay, okay. Sorry, I don't know what that was about. I also don't have much control over it. Maybe my... Twitch is saying my bitrate is too high. I don't know, I'll figure it out. If we get any repeat issues, please just let us know. Or let me know. Because Ethan is away somewhere. And I'll try and fix it. Whale might be chewing on the fiber. I was going to say something now and I don't remember what it was. You will. Oh yeah, about, you know, you were saying you'd throw so much money at cockpit cosmetics. It's interesting because obviously, like, there's some lines we would never cross. Like, we will never ever make a pay-to-win game where you can, like, buy progression or whatever. It's just not going to happen. But, like, would we add paid cosmetics? I don't know. Like... It doesn't excite me as an idea, like, because I don't think... I think I'd rather give it to people for free or for achievements, or progression in the game, you know what I mean? That excites me way more, so I don't know if it's something we'd ever do. Even though it's something people have asked for. Like, people are like, I want to buy cosmetic cockpit decorations. I'm like, well, that's cool, but I don't know if I want to sell them to you. But we'll see, we'll see. Who knows what we'll do in regards to that. That's like pay to lose, Jason. That's terrible. We would definitely never do that. I mean, we'd never even we'd never to do pay to win in the first place, but pay to lose is outrageous. ERD.mp3. Oh, what's happening here? So actually I'm a little bit concerned about this because I might have made a mistake. This ventilation part at the back here, this cooling block, is actually... This is 300,000 polygons. That's a lot of polygons, to be honest. That's like... A mech is only about 80,000. So whoever said it was not low poly enough, they actually might have been right. I didn't think about how many times it's going to be repeated. So, what's the move here? Dogma really cooked with the theme, it's true. It's insanely good. Let me think about the best. Oh, that would be kind of key now, IDTK. Might have to do that. I need to think about the best way to solve this problem because 300,000 polygons is 300,000 too many. Okay, well, it's about 280,000 too many. I have overcooked this. Okay, here's the plan. We're gonna go back. We're gonna merge this into a single unit, the cooling thing. We're gonna replace. Well, we're gonna do what we did before, so like automatically place these again. You know, like we already placed them, so we're just gonna swap the meshes out. It should be nice and easy. And then the game won't be horrendously laggy whenever someone puts on a laser armor because it has 300,000 polygons. Once we do that, it should be fine. Honestly, it's a surprising oversight I made. I didn't really think about it at the time. I was like, but there's like, yeah, we'll drop it down. It needs to be grids and swappies. Remove the 6. It's barely noticeable. Yeah, well, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna make it like a cube. I'll make it from like 1,000 polygons to like 1. Mirror armor plus patron paytest. Smoke grenades plus PP2 game crashing large miniguns. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, I'm gonna optimize these because I have made a mistake, and I will hold my hands up and say it. I overcooked on the grids, and I wasn't really thinking about it. So I'm gonna swap the blender cam back to the other one, and we can do a little bit of optimization here. We want this one. Okay, cool. So let's go onto the low poly model here. It should be a pretty easy fix, to be honest. We're just going to take this bit here. We're going to get a side view. Delete all of this. 100,000. Yeah, that's too many. What game engine does this run on? It runs on Unreal Engine. It wouldn't be running on anything if I left in 300,000 polygons of heatsink. Just go to these up here. Ah, someone asked for FTL music earlier. It has been delivered. I think it was Expert. Okay, that's how much... this is how much topology that thing should have had compared to how much I actually gave it. But hey, we all make a couple of little slip-ups. When I was making it in the first place, I could feel like, I'm doing something wrong here, but I just can't put my finger on it. And now I know. And I'm going to adjust the high poly model slightly as well, just to make sure I get a better visual. Those for heat dissipation from the armor. Yes, this armor is going to be shot at with lasers, so it's got to dissipate a lot of heat. Right, I see what I can do here. Yep, there you go. Will all the mechs get some form of laser armor? Yeah, you can put it on as an armor package, and it has a weight to it. But you can load armor packages onto any mechs. Right now there's going to be this laser armor, and then there's the camo nets you can put on for additional concealment, although their utility is debated frequently in the community. And also the you can put on reactive armor. Yeah, realism is taken into consideration, but we do want to make it cool at the same time. It's a bit of a sort of like double up situation, you know what I mean? We're like, how do we make it cool and realistic? Shouldn't I just be able to put camo netting on your ERA? I mean, kinda, yeah, but like, technical reasons we just didn't want to deal with the issues and the dev workload that would come from that, so it's an either-or situation. Because we were able to deliver camo netting, but if we had to make the camo nets fit to like every single possible armor package, that would be so much work that we probably wouldn't even be able to include camo netting in the first place. So it's just that was the trade-offs thing I was talking about earlier. There we go. So here's the new and improved, not visually, to be honest, it looked better before, but the performance of this, when it's not even going to be seen that much, enormously better. So let's re-export these meshes. With EWAL, will there be stealth? Yeah, there will be. That's kind of the point. You're going to be able to sneak around and do all kinds of things. Yeah, exactly, ID2K. Exactly like that. That's what we want, Tony. That's what we want. That's what excites us. This idea of, like, rugged military mechs, you know? I think I'm gonna... Yeah. I'm just thinking about it as, like, quite a high poly situation. I'm gonna delete that off the bottom there. I'm gonna get rid of the bolts, maybe. Reduce the segment and bevel staying. This is just quite a... This piece turned out weirdly high poly, even though I wasn't necessarily intending for that. It is the way it's going to come out. So I'm going to put some measures in to reduce it down. Will there be flashbangs for countermeasures? Probably not flashbangs. I don't know if that would be maybe a bit too aggressive for Max, or it might not necessarily work, right? Things I like rugged mechs and I like flashy mechs, but EOD is, you know, it's here for a reason, you know what I mean? EOD is not shy about what it is. At least that's what I like to think. We're not here to beat around the bush on that kind of thing. Blender doesn't have a way to automatically merge points though within a certain distance. It does, I just don't like to use it because I often end up grabbing some points that I didn't want to merge in the first place. Parry the flashbang. That's a fun idea. You'll test the VR version if it's pleasant. You're planning to build a rudimentary wooden cockpit to play it. Well, we will do our best to deliver, and if you do build that, you should definitely show it on the Discord. I'd love to see it when the time comes. Obviously, it'll be a little while yet, but it'd be pretty cool. Anime Mecha has its place, yeah, I agree. I don't know if I said this before, but I have a ton of... my head is kind of in the fixed model space rather than the present stream particularly well space. But I have a bunch of like Gundam model kits and stuff, and I just like it in general. I just think it's neat. You're a Nighthawk waifu poster? Okay. Alright, stream's over, everyone go home. We've seen enough. It's a pack plot. That would be kind of awesome. Yeah, that would be actually cool. Merchandising. My kind of fantasy / possible reality for EOD merchandising is to how would I put it, like make like model kits out of the EOD mechs. That would be my sort of dream for that. Why is Zabak in the game if it only has one weapon? Because it has other things, like its small profile and its heavy armor statistics with good speed. Yeah, like Gunplow Rod. If I was going to make a specific thing, if you know 30-minute missions, I'd probably want to do it like that because basically they have like modular parts and stuff, like the 30-minute missions armored core sets where you can like swap the weapons out. That would be really cool. Full-scale mech is merch, yeah. £20 million, we'll deliver you a mech, no problem. You go back to Gen Zero, hope you enjoy, Tony. Thanks for swinging by the stream. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't... it's just like a weird thing to say, but like, I would not really know like how to design a tabletop game. Like, I wouldn't even be... something I would be at. What the hell have I done wrong here? Yeah? Oh, that's fine. That would be so far out. An efficiently licensed coffee Metal Gear rack. Sound muted? Did I mute the sound? We all good? We have a small stream lag or whatever. How about let the community design it? Wait, let the community design what, sorry? Oh, you did accidentally. Okay, okay. What I was saying about 3D prints, I didn't say anything yet, or at least not too much, but we would definitely like to have 3D print files for the Mechs available, but I don't want to just like lump the game models in because they're not really good for it, you know? Game models don't print great. Yeah, that is true. That's true. I'm saying to ID2K about contracting the game design people, but you know, I want to get my hands dirty a little bit. Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right, ID2K. Like we talk about all these different things, but at the end of the day, the first mission is just get the game out, get people playing, get it rolling, and then after that, we can start to think about other business. Anything else, merchandising, whatever, all that sort of stuff. Because we don't have the base game. I mean, if we don't have something to build from, right, then we're just getting ahead of ourselves. Even if it is fun to think about these things. At Gen Con every year. What's Gen Con? Better not be like, Gen Con these nuts. I'll be so pissed off. Big tabletop nerd convention. Okay, not an epic way to own me. You need someone that can take a 3D model from the game and upscale it to add nernies. Nernies? I don't know what that is, but I know what agreeable is. And yeah, I agree. Either that, or that person could be me, right? I could do it. I have a 3D printer, and making little plastic models is my hobby. But time, right? Get the game out first. That is the most important thing, more than anything else. Nernies is the old term for agreeable. Oh, okay. Steve, just about your question there. We just haven't really decided yet, is basically the reality of it. We're still making up our minds. Hey, Melso, will there be mechs that aren't just bipedal at some point? Yeah, we're thinking about it. It's a possibility. Okay, we're swapping back to the bake for a moment here. Check this out. Here we go. Okay, that's the model fixed up. A lot more optimized, reduced from 3000 to 600 polygons. And the visuals are about the same. And I can delete a bunch of that stuff off the LODs, and it should be a-okay. Because before it was ooh, maybe not so okay. But I want to flatten the normal baking on the top here a little bit first. Spider Mechs would be sick. Yeah, a lot of people ask for them. They just like it's just tough because they're not my personal ideal vision of how I'd make something like this. So, you know, we're like, is this what we want to do? Maybe, maybe not. But quad legs is a distinct possibility. But like 8 legs, like spider legs, might be a bit too much. But hey, I mean, wait and see. Oops. You still want a waifu? Man, man, why am I reading these messages out? Oh dear. I feel like you're quad crab mechs in every Eastern mecha game like Armored Core. The only time I saw quad mechs do well on West was Chrome Hounds, and that was pushing it. Yeah, man, it's difficult. I'd be really upset if we like didn't deliver on what the actual like main creative vision is for EOD Max. I think that would be a bummer. Okay. Texture's rebaked. Let's swap back to Painter and retexture that part. Here we are. Bring the new bake textures in. Why is there a heatsink image over the stream? Oh, it's my reference sheet. This is where I keep all the pictures. I mean, there's a lot of them. Hundreds, or probably at least 100, 200 maybe. And these are the references for this piece of work that we're doing today on the stream. And the reason there's a heatsink is because on the back of here there's a heatsink. You know, you say that Metal Survivor, but there was a glitch at one point where that did happen. It was really funny. This mech was just like hopping along with the other leg, like kung fu kicked out in the air. It actually still happens sometimes. They ruined the lines on my precious. I mean, it kind of looks cool in its own way, but it's not quite right. Nice if I can fix up some of these parts here where realigning the textures has made mistakes. You know, those disco ball facets are going to look sick in mech nightclubs. You know, these mechs have unbelievable dance moves when they pull the spinner out. How's it going, Ethan? Welcome back.
Pretty good. The VR is back in business.
Wait, that's what you were doing? Really?
I was getting lunch and then
Okay.
just got another VR.
Oh, your VR, not the EOD VR.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. Dwink, I think you're a revolutionary thinker, and that is the kind of change the game needs. Either that or, you know, we were pondering earlier, 128 legs was an option that we could put in. Any plans for hand-to-hand combat? No, not currently. It's a nice idea, but getting it right within like the themes of EOD might be really tough, and it might only be possible to hit the mark on that. While you're away, Ethan, I realised I made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
And that the part was actually way too many polygons. It was be like 300,000 polygons for like one armor package. A little bit too big. But that has been remedied.
Was it easy enough to remedy?
Yeah, it was all good.
Was it a heatsink?
It was the heatsink, yeah.
Yeah. Did you get rid of it, or?
No, I just simplified it.
Fair enough.
How's it handling collisions in game, or is it all projection, or are you actually casting a projectile? We actually cast projectiles. Except for the laser.
Yep.
Which is a red cast, I think.
Yep.
Okay, time to replace the bits and bobs. Get this one down to the right size. We have this idea, Steven, of not necessarily being a tiny power armor mech, but like if you die and lose your mech, you can like respawn in. It's just like a guy with a camcorder that like runs around as a spectate mode, and you can be squished. Oh, sorry, my screen isn't updating. I'm showing the wrong. Blender. Stand by just a moment, please. But I'm not showing Blender at all. Here you go. There's the right one for you. Oh no, wrong one. Okay, right one. There we go. Back to business. Ah. Oops. I started to googly eyes. There we go. Okay, brilliant. We are now optimized. Maybe. We are not
Looks very
optimized. Update on situation. Not optimized.
Cool.
I did it the wrong way around. I'm just going to fix it now. There we go. We are optimized. The back and forward will continue until everything's all good. Yep, there we go. That's quite a cool idea, Metal Survivor. Just like a little camera drone flying around. Real casual. Have a little look here. Everything also should be. How are you guys planning to How are you guys planning to handle issue tracking and feature requests? Just GitHub issues for now, not worrying about it because it's barely. We use Notion for internal stuff like that. And for external stuff, we process all the feedback ourselves. And we usually get it in through like Google Forms or the Discord forum. Since, you know, players are giving feedback, but they aren't working on our code base, right? So, it's best to just have them kind of give us the feedback in plain text and we'll process it. You don't know Notion? It's just like a planning tool. I'm just going to be back in a minute. I will leave you to Ethan and the spinner. Nope, not swooping, just spinning.
You guys are brutal. Ethan, are you also one of the devs? Yes, I am. I am one of the 2 core devs. I am the programmer. Cheers, I'm glad you liked it. Dear God. A waifu poster? I did not sign up for this, man. But yes. Any favorite games outside of the mech genre? Oof, good question. Loads. I play. Well, not tons, but I play a few a lot. If that makes sense. Um, most played games would have to be CS and Team Fortress 2, but I do play a lot. Big fan of Titanfall, big fan of War Thunder, big fan of Mech Warrior games. Actually loved Hunt Showdown. Really liked Hunt Showdown. Best of luck, Jason. This is my first impression of you, by the way. Well, it's a very, very tired and and stressed server version of Ethan. But good news on the server front, we're almost done. We're almost there. I've spent pretty much all of the day on one last little issue, and I've pretty much cracked it. I'm very good with my words, yeah. Yeah, the mech genre is. I definitely think it's lacking. That's one of the main reasons why I got so excited about making this game. At least in recent years. I guess the main thing on the game, how many games I play side of things, is as a game developer, I check out when I play a bunch of games, I'm also really enjoying figuring out how they made it and the decisions they made. You know, like mainstream example I know, but I recently went back to the original Five Nights at Freddy's, and like one of the things that jumped out to me about that game is there's not even an options menu. Like, and I know exactly what that feels like from a game developer point of view, because UI actually takes an annoyingly long amount of time. So like I could actually see all the corners he cut, not in a bad way, just to get the thing done as quickly as possible. It's branching out the sort of games I play in that regard too, I guess. The waifu poster. What have you done? What
I
have
didn't
you
even. I
done?
accidentally didn't even say that to stream. Honey, you heard that, Ethan. They'll never know what I
Oh, you're
said.
not back.
I'm back
Never
now.
mind.
Now they're hearing what I'm saying, but they wouldn't know what I said.
They'll never know.
Thank you, Schultz. Thank you very much. That's probably the longest username I've ever seen there, Gogo. Thank you for your kind words on the design. This Nighthawk waifu business needs to be curtained.
Thanks for the kind words, ID2K. It's nice.
But supposed to haven't taken the spinner off the screen.
You just confine it to a little corner, so it's just
I
freaking
can't
out in a
do
little
that
corner.
actually. Hang on. We're using Unreal Engine, by the way. Rod can sound as adamant as he likes. He's not having it. Okay, there we go. Additional attention retention. We have the spinner bouncing at max speed around. Ooh! I don't know. I'll put it up there.
Shall I just put this in my YouTube shorts
This, I mean, you were
to maximize attention?
It's where it came from in the first place, yeah.
Yeah.
Peter,
generic videos, but they just have this bouncing around.
Peter, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do and keep your chin up. I've retrieved a lovely ginger beer to keep my voice going while this stream carries on.
Could go for one of them right now.
Yeah.
Maybe a regular beer.
A regular beer. I bought a slab of ginger beer. It was only £8. Brilliant, brilliant bargain. So what I'm doing now is I'm just adding the rigging to the mesh. Don't hate you, you're French. That was a takeaway of that measure. That was funny. Any chance to help with localization? Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, we want to localize into like most major languages, European and otherwise. So keep an eye out, and I'm sure we'll do something soon enough. Okay, the spinner is starting to annoy even me now, so I'm just gonna see it pinging around on the side of my screen. There we go. That's moving the leg now. The top part's all good.
Yeah, so, whilst you're here playing around with the Velikan, can you animate a Kazotsky kick, please?
Absolutely not.
I want a dancing Velikan.
Well, find some animator and pay them out of your pocket to do that, because I'm not going to do it. Can you make it dance? Absolutely not. That's true, Dwink. It is always worth a shot. So I'm just exporting the files now, and we can put them in the engine and have a look and see how it's shaped up.
Are you gonna have to make a new material like specifically for an engine?
Yeah, kinda. How come?
I just don't know if you can export material data, if there's any.
You can, but like it's usually it's usually just gonna give you a bad result.
Fair enough. I think we've done it.
You think we've done it?
We've done it. Done it.
What have we done?
New server infrastructure.
Oh, sweet. That's it?
Oh, that one was difficult. Well, I've got to do this is the new system that's going to work for basically any number of players, and it will work with group matchmaking, but I haven't done the group matchmaking yet. That will probably take a whole day. But yeah, we're on the new proper final system. Hooray.
Brilliant.
That took forever.
Hear that, everyone? Ethan's suffering is coming to an end soon. Noble supporter saying, what is EOD? EOD is Engines of Destruction, the upcoming mech simulator. Don't ask me how you simulate something that doesn't exist. It's just the vibe.
I never thought about that.
I've thought about it a lot every time it gets mentioned to me. Which is a lot of times, actually. A lot of people bring that up.
God damn it.
Base Ethan grinding out the pillars. 100% agree. Pay top dollar and you can make NH himself dance. True, I guess. It's gonna have to be a very top dollar. We'll hit the gritty for $5. Okay, I'm gonna swap over to Armour Legend now. EOD should stand for Ethan on Dance. So about Ethan on Demand. Like, your servers are broken, get Ethan on Demand. So, we're in Armour Legend now, and I did promise to show you guys the decal system, so I'm gonna do that now. And I will decalify a mech in front of your very eyes. And if anyone has any questions or random things they would like to be shown in the game, now is an opportune moment to get whatever you want going to you. There you go, you can go and do your mechs, and then you can just pick out whatever mech you want to decalify. This Shabak hasn't been decaled yet, so let's do this. And we're still pretty early on it. But oh my god, I'm showing the wrong screen again. Unbelievable. Oh, no, I'm not. Are you guys seeing the right thing? Yeah, you're seeing the right thing. Cool. I think Twitch is just is Twitch frozen? Like, hang on a second. No, it's all good. It's all good. Okay. There are unused model we can see. I don't want to see. I don't understand the question. But anyway, sorry about that. I just don't understand. Are there unused models we can see? Oh yeah, decals. Big head mode, tiny light. So anyway, no distractions. Here's the decals. So this is just one set. We're gonna have like a bunch more sets. Was I not serious before?
The IMG content is kind of in the way.
Oh, the image. Oh shit, yeah. Sorry about that one, gang. There we go. Let's get into that.
Steve is everywhere, though.
So anyway, basically, this is the early version. It's not 100% finished, but you can click on a decal, and then you can click on the mech, and it'll put it on there. And if you want to move it, you can click the move button, and it'll let you like replace the decal. Just like put it on the side, and then once you've placed it, you can make it bigger. You can rotate it, and that will be included in the moving gizmo. In fact, I think it already is. I just haven't got Ethan's latest code. So that's how it works. You want to make your back look a bit freaky, get some mouth on it, whatever. Do whatever it is you want to do. You can delete decals. It's kind of just like what you would expect. Look at that. But yeah, there's a decal suggestion thread in the Discord as well, so if you want to suggest any decals, you can suggest it in there. The decals will project onto, specifically they'll project onto like the mech armor, and there's like some cool things about them. So like if I put down like a stand clear decal here, you can actually notice that the damage to the metal actually goes over the top of the decal, and that took a little bit of doing, but we thought that was pretty cool. We're really happy about that. And you can like put on some,
you can crank the values to show it.
You can put on some like kill marks as well. You know, you can be like, oh, I've killed a Shabak and I've killed a Kukushka, whatever. You know, you can do whatever you want to do there. And we're gonna add a bunch more. And if you want to see a decal in the game, suggest it in the Discord, because I'm monitoring the decal suggestion mega thread in the Discord all the time to see what people have to say. And I'm always checking back to it for like more ideas or whatever. Different decals. Different pin-up girls. That's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, we have the kill markers. enough layers to make you an Ethan pinup. Like, you guys, I'm gonna pack it in. Yeah, that's where the decal system's at right now. I'll show you through there. Here's one. Scary looking son of a bitch. There's no many decals yet. There's the bag we're just doing. There's an extreme example of what you can do with the decals. You can really layer them up. And they sort based on like the position they are in the list here. Like you can sort them. So if you want one decal to like appear on top of another one and like use parts of one decal or whatever, that's how you can do it. Like I combined like 3 mouths here together for like the big TBR mouth, and I have them sorting. So that one's like underneath, and those ones go over the top. So that's how that all works. And we'll be polishing the UI up a little bit and everything, but the fundamentals of like slapping decals on your mech are all there. And we're pretty happy about that. Because it's been a very, 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 very long time coming. A Cyclops, so that'd be creepy. I mean, the TVR kind of has Cyclops vibes already. Give a third eye. How many mechs are there so far? 5. And I'll show you them all here. There's the Velikan, which is a real powerhouse of the game at the moment. 2 heavy weapons, 2 light weapons. The Kukushka, which can move fast, and you can put the flying jump jets on it. This is your back, which is tiny, hard to hit, very sturdy, but can only pack a single large weapon. There's the Cairn, which is just adorable, but, you know, with these new small weapons, packs a bit of a punch. And there's the TBR, which is massive and tanky. Will iTrack be supported? We're working on it. And by working on it, I mean we're probably going to do it like way later in development, and we haven't actually started working on it at all. If we start thinking about it, and if thinking counts as work, then we're working on it.
Thinking counts.
Thinking counts. Yeah, we're thinking about it. We're working on it. Could be cool to have 2-player mech. It could be cool. Probably won't do it. It's a bit difficult to integrate that into like the game that we have planned. But we probably will do is there will be co-op missions, right? There'll be co-op missions you can play together with your pals without any need for. Is there physics collision? Yeah, you can like crush other mechs if you like fly up and like jump on them. Okay, I'm gonna go put these panels in now that we have them. Oh, it's him. My dev level. Okay. Oh, that's sweet, Rod. You'll get access to the next playtest then. If you sign up for that, and you'll get an email at the time that'll remind you. Oh, it is definitely a labour of love, I think. This particular game that we chose to make was probably not the easiest game we could have chosen to make, but it was the one we picked. How do comms work? No, it's in-game chat. Like, your regular in-game chat. Just quickly sort through the files here. Current plans to only have mechs or perhaps other armored vehicles in the future. Yeah, Dak, it is just mechs only. That is our plan with this. The reason we did this is because basically we wanted to, how would I put it, like, it was very important for us to get the scope right. So we just dialed it in on mechs. Like, previously we had other ideas and we were going to do something really wide. But then we were like, oh, we just want to do mechs. That's gonna, so that we can actually get it finished. That's quite important to us. If we don't get the game finished, then, you know, it's kind of like, the whole thing's a null point, right? Okay, the meshes are now imported. Time to set the materials up. Right, components, armor, new folder here. It's the laser panel. Great mindset, love to see the deck. Thank you. It's a learned one, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna say that we just had that like out the gate. We had to kind of figure a lot of this stuff out. Anything you could do to help us as players / community? Spread the word, really, is a big one. Just letting other people know about the game. Wish to sing it on Steam, come into playtest, stuff like that. Getting the word around is really helpful. If you're in a position and you're interested in like financially supporting us, obviously the Patreon makes a huge difference as well. But like really spreading the word, being around, motivating us, you know, just with your presence is really amazing to see you all here and like letting other people know about it. Because at the end of the day, if there's no players, there's no game. But having you guys here makes it, like, quite literally. It wouldn't exist, or it wouldn't be possible to play this kind of game without it. Spread the gospel, brothers. Yes. Spread the word of Mech. Let them know mechs are coming. You've done some modding and stuff, but never attempted a game. Can't even imagine how difficult it's been. It's been very long. It's been a lot of learning, but it's been, to be honest, very, like, it's nice. It's nice to do it, you know?
Zero regrets.
Yes. I think I've explored some textures wrong here, because this is not showing up like it's meant to at all. Quick hop back into Substance Painter. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. One moment. I had my microphone muted, but I said, thanks for swinging by, Rod. And I said some other stuff too about being French, and it was all nice. And I'm not going to say it again, but thank you for coming by, and I'll see you around. Yo, what's up, Kiji? Okay, re-importing the textures now, all fixed up. As they should be. So now if we check these out, we're going to have one part of it. That was the wrong part. It's the outside part now done. Not looking quite right, I'm not going to lie. Don't know why that's so white and brown.
Funny.
Totally beat. Is the armor package working as it should? I've messed it up a little bit here somehow. I'm just figuring that one out. Ah, I've used the wrong material. I accidentally used the V2 of the mech material instead of the V3. Has the startup for the mechs changed at all? Not a lot, but it will have some more. Like, it will get more later on. More involved. But it's still pretty much as it is. Or as it was, rather. Ah, that's more like it. There you go. Check that out. Okay, we got the back part done. The procedural material, and now I will set up the material for the front part. Dragon textures brown on my other screen. Long live Mech Warrior says long live Mech Warrior. Pretty fun. You can't see right now, but there's a window locking out my screen that says updating texture streaming data. It's just going to be a moment while the engine loads. The engine part of things can be a little bit slow sometimes. Oh, it's still doing it. It's still doing it. Yeah, any second now. Come on, Unreal Engine. Do the thing.
Game dev moment.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much time we spend waiting on various game engines and processes. Oh, it's nearly there. I can't even do anything. Ah,
Yeah,
it's
I
there.
do not. next time I upgrade the CPU, I'm not holding back. I'm getting the best one. Like, absolutely. Because think about the amount of time over the years that
Yeah.
you spend waiting. You'll get your money's worth.
Oh, look at that. There we go. Material applied. Brilliant.
Look at that.
And now, you know what happens next, right, Ethan?
Plug it in, or is it? Oh,
You
my
have to
job.
code
Okay.
it. You have to make
Yeah,
it
yeah.
work. And I have to apply it to the 4 other mechs. Let me bring a Velican over here so we can have a little demo of how this would look.
It would be too bad to plug this in, actually. Do they have camera data or no?
Camera data? What do you mean?
Camo data.
Oh, camera, yes they do.
So you really can have a bumblebee.
Yeah, you absolutely can have a bumblebee.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Let me do the swooshy flying cam for cinematic perfection. I'll use the spectate cam. There you go. Completely unnecessary cinematic.
Yeah, that totally works. You can tell, like, at a glance what that is.
Yeah.
And it's pretty obvious what it's going to do.
There you go. The swooshy camera, here we go. Whoa. It's so cinematic. Gentle cinematic flyover, there it is. Ethan did this in his latest short he made, and I did not think to use this camera, to be honest, for many of the shorts that I've made in the past, but I probably will.
It looks real
now.
good, doesn't it?
I quite like that. It didn't
Yeah.
actually... I might make some tweaks to it. I might make it like a bit more dark, but I'm actually pretty happy with it. I think it's come out about as well as it could have.
There's some somewhat obvious clipping of the bars at the top.
Yeah, I realised that. I don't want to say it because I thought I got away with it, but I did not get away with it.
You did not.
That is clipping right through the Mac. And I will fix it. Oh! 1 Jabak added to the screen is being redeemed. I must add 1 Jabak to the screen. I'll take this Jabak. I will do a very haphazard crop on it momentarily. Is that how it's finished? I think it's like Jabak. I don't know. I was acting under advice from my Polish friends. There we go. One Jubak has been added to the screen. Okay, so all that's left to do now for these is to make more of them for the other mechs. And I don't really even need to make them, I just need to place the panels again. Oh, and I need to fix the clipping. That will be done too. Just looking for any other bits of clipping or anything that needs fixed. Where do I draw most of my inspiration from? I can show you, to be honest. I just like to collect. I collect a lot of images. Let me bring them up on the stream right now. Hold on a moment, please. Here we go. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So what you're looking at here, basically, is my reference board. It's slightly escaping its confinement. There you go. Let's put it back in the middle of the image content window. Gotta keep up the theme of the stream, you know? And what you're looking at here is just, it's just loads of images I collect of things that are interesting to me, visually. Like, I mean, you've seen this before. This is basically the Jabak if it was a tank. Or rather, the tank is this if it was a mech. And like, look at these missile launchers. Look how mech that is. That is so mech right there. Like, it's
a baby Shabak.
yeah, but I mean, like, look at these rocket launchers. I mean, that's textbook mech, right? Yeah, I love PureRef as well. Great software for handling reference images. Yeah, I'm literally just a magpie. Like, I just go on Pinterest and Twitter and like other sources of like cool business, and then I collect the things that I like, and then they find their way into this document or this PureRef file, and then they get filtered through. Did I ever play War Robots? No, I actually didn't ever play it. It's one of the games that slipped under my radar. So yeah, this is where I draw my information from, because I think it's cool. This is when I was doing the minigun. I added all this stuff to the board. I was looking at like the different ammo that you can get like firing out of stuff. I was looking at like tracers when I was making the particle effect, and it's kind of awesome. I have like a few rules. I like to, and then I break them all the time. But one of the rules is that I like to only include pictures from like real life. Which I actually break this rule all the time, but only for like special stuff. But like, I like to try and keep my art grounded in reality. And I also think if I can take things from real life more, then it'll be less derivative, because it won't be like following on from other pieces of artwork. It'll be following on from things that are real, and then like extracting things that are real out to be like something new, if that makes sense. So I like to mostly try and collect images of real stuff rather than like images of mechs. Now there's a few exceptions, like I collect like images of like mech joints and stuff to get inspiration. Some like Battletech stuff inspires me. Some like, you know, so I break the rule quite a lot, but it is like the fundamental is trying to take from like real life. And there was something else I wanted to say and I've completely forgotten. But I added all these images on today when I was like thinking about designing these laser panels, because I know that I wanted it to feel like something kind of grounded in real life. So, you know, let's look at like some funky solar panel designs. Let's look at I'm not gonna lie, it is dark, it is slightly crazy to keep it all in one document, but just having them all like kind of handy, it's nice. It's cool to have them very close when I want them and I want to mess with them. I do new ones for like maps and stuff. I have like one for like environment art and things. How long have we been developing this game? Like 4 years. But like, that was like throughout university and stuff. So not all of it is necessarily being utilized in the actual development of the game. And what's our prior experience with game development? Like basically not much. We went to university and learned how to develop games there. And then we graduated and started working on this. But yeah, as you can see, there's a lot. Like, there's just a lot. That gets filtered through into the inspiration. This was an early version of the Jamek. It was really focused on like the camo nets and like the springy legs. This is when I was doing all the cockpit stuff. So yeah, there's like a lot of thinking goes into it, and it's mostly just like the magpie method, like someone said before. I just see something and go, oh, shiny, I like that, and then it gets filed away into the set. Blender for modeling, correct. As is the classic of when I spit a blender. And then after I've done Blender, I take it over to Marmoset tool bag, bake it in MD, and then I take it through to Substance Painter for the texturing. I was just doing that earlier on the stream. If you want to see how I did it, you can, like, you know, when the VOD comes out later on, you can skip back through and find the Substance Painter section if that interests you. Apart from that, it's a pretty rudimentary pipeline, to be honest. Nothing too crazy. If you do some 3D modeling as well, Dak, which I mean you've said you do, you should share it in the Discord as well. I'd love to see what you do. We have a share your stuff channel, and you can share it in the Discord. Well, actually, Koala, to be honest, we're mostly done for today. I mean, like, there's some more mechs to be processed, but we've been building this like mech armor system for like laser reflection and making the model for it. You can see on the stream here. So we're actually mostly done for today. Your local Zurich broker. You should pop in, get some advice. Hey, you're never late, never early. You arrived precisely when you were meant to. Let's check this out. But I'll probably apply these panels to another mech on the stream, but I don't know if I'm going to do every mech on the stream right now, because I'm getting pretty tired in the voice department. And I haven't really taken a break today yet, so we'll see what I actually end up doing. I want to change the material slightly so that the outside of the plastic here is like, the plastic around the outside is less reflective and the panels are doing most of the reflecting. I think that's something I'd like to do.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I figured out why it's clipping as well. I seem to have just offset it a bit wrong. Just, it seems to be down a little bit. Let me dry out the spectator camera mode. Once you lift it up like that, it's fine. Or at least mostly fine. I don't know, it's weird. It shows up RA in Blender. So I don't know what I've done wrong. Where if the solar panels reflected, would it not make your mech more visible? Yeah, it would, but it protects you from lasers. That's why you would want to do it. Exactly. It's a trade-off. Is that obese mouse music? Yeah. You're allowed to play it on streams, and he won't copyright you, which is pretty cool. I actually like some of his songs, so win-win really. The solar panels are not for charging your iPhone. That's what the nuclear reactor is for. Yeah, it is crystal, it is crystal. I just call them nuclear because it's more easy to understand. Your laser guided munition gets bounced back at you because the big red laser is now pointed at your mech's forehead. That's really funny, typewriter. Okay, just fix the clipping. Mech with some kind of charge mechanic. That's an interesting idea. Like bonk other ones out of the way. There you go. Clipping fix. I do need to expand the stream playlist a little bit. Well, we've been streaming for like 5 hours, 5.5 hours, and the playlist is about 8 hours long, so it's sufficient. It's sufficient. I'll get the job done. But I probably do want to grow it a little bit. Okay. More Persona music. No, yeah, there really are laser guided rockets in the game. Well, there will be. In time. Yeah. We have some prototypes of guided rockets, but nothing ready yet. So if you just take the roadmap, we see when it comes in. Would your team consider licensing the MechWarrior franchise from Microsoft in the future? Let's get one game out first, eh? Yeah, I'll say that much. We'll get one game out first. I don't know. I think I like what PGI do for the most part. I like MechWarrior Online. I think MechWarrior Clans was really cool. And I also like doing my own thing, so you never know. Let's work on time for this. Big ups to Pelican. Big up you, Nazmir, for swinging by. Oh, thank you, Tybriar. You can find the roadmap in the Discord. It's posted there right now. Hello, yellow. Okay, I'm gonna do the next mech. Wait, hang on. Oh, wait, can we do a poll? Fact check, can we do a poll? If we could do a poll for which mech I should do next. I've been itching. I've been itching for a reason to do one, but I don't know how. Okay, oh, hang on. I found it. Hold on, I'm doing it. The poll is going to be on YouTube. Okay, place your votes. Place your votes. I'll run the poll for like a minute and then I'm gonna do the one. Zubak is theming ahead or neck and neck with Ken. Zubak's pulling ahead. Oh, it's neck and neck. Oh, Zubak's ahead. 38%. Man, the vote in 10 seconds. Here's how TVR can still win. Oh, and it's over. You're back time. I've just been itching for a reason to do one of those polls. Like, there's like no good reason, but I just wanted to do it so bad. Alright, let me get that file open. Mechs, chassis, shibak. Swapping the window now. Here we go. There's the old camo nuts. And there it is. Thank you, Yellow. Ethan makes a lot of the videos, especially the ones with the funny memes in them.
I do try.
When is the next playtest? It's at the end of July. Oh my god, why is it blinding? Okay, time to start putting these panels on. You want to see a compilation of the cursed ways people use decals as a short one playtest? I just want to see that in general. Wait, you can put decals on your mech? Yes, you can! I just showed it on the stream, like, a couple of minutes ago. I can maybe show it again later. But, you can actually put different decals on your mech to make, like, different, you know, you put, like, mouths, eyes, and stuff. And right now, in the Discord, there's a thread in the suggestions area called the Decal Suggestion Mega Thread. I'm very closely monitoring this thread, so if you make a good suggestion, in that thread, it's very likely you'll see it in the game. Yeah, I mean, that is expert. That is basically the price for paying for letting people be creative, but the price we're willing to pay. Yeah, I did do that. I did show off the decal system in a bit more depth. Baby on board, that's a good idea. Baby on board with like a little picture of like a Zubak or like a little mech, like a Karen or something. I think Karen is the most baby-like mech. You saw these before you saw the solar panels and immediately thought that ERA funny boxes on modern vehicles. Wait, what did you see? Oh, right, okay, like, yeah, there is. Yeah, I mean, it kind of... We have the ERA funny panels, and also it's kind of similarly arranged. I will re-show the decal system, but we need to finish this. The poll has decided that the Zubak will get its laser armor next, so this must be done. It is the will of the people. Ethan, someone has asked about how the progression is going to work. I don't know if you want to talk about that. It's been kind of your thing.
Yeah, sure. For right now, it is... There's kind of two progressions, and these are very much subject to change, but it's just the plan right now. Again, the game's not even in beta yet. Plan is that you have your reputation level, which is controls what things you have the ability to buy. And you just level this up with experience through playing. This will be the PvP, as well as the single player and co-op missions will all just give you XP, so you can just level up to get access to more stuff in the shops. And then there's also currency, which is you earn currency for doing different things. And that's where you can actually buy the individual things. Yeah, that's the quick rundown of how it works.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm glad you like it, Deck. Your gun model looks really... your gun models, rather. They're nice, by the way. I particularly like the auto pistol that I can't remember the name of, that has that, like, flicky forward handle bit. Bollocks. Unbelievable stuff. Will there be snipers of any kind? Yeah, there's snipers. There's a railgun. How do we balance it? We don't. No, I'm just kidding. We balance it via, like, explosive reactive armor and just trying to not do PPT-1 map designs, basically. If you know what that means. If you were there, you knew. You felt it. You got sniped or sniped other people. If you get one shot, it will be your fault. That's what we hope. That is our design philosophy. If you're getting one shot and it's not your fault, then we want to make changes to make it better, basically. You want to have the panels will mesh with decals? Decals will be underneath the panels, so decals won't project onto panels. If you have them, they're going to hide decals on your mech. Will mechs get smoke screens? Yeah, we have smoke screens, and you can't shine lasers through them as well, so it's a good way to protect yourself from lasers. Yeah, the minigun we've nerfed via ammo. It had like, I think we had like a slight miscommunication where I was like, Ethan, reduce the ammo, and Ethan increased the ammo because I'd said like the wrong thing or something. And that was how the miniguns ended up being so stacked with ammo. Next patch, miniguns have no ammo. You just have to wheel up and hit them with them. So if anyone's just tuning in, I suppose I haven't given an update on what today's stream is all about in a minute, but we are adding laser protection armor packages for the mechs, and that's the model's been made, and now I'm basically just going through and placing the pieces on every single mech that will be in the game. It's so much easier to put armor packages on the Shebak compared to like any other mech because it's so flat and receptive to just having them placed on it. Is the plan to use armor to bounce off lasers even on spots where the panel isn't? Yeah, that's correct. It's like in Rust, you can have armor that like has a bunch of holes in it, but it will cover your segment. So it's about which segment it's assigned to, rather than where the armor panels actually are. This will allow us the highest level of visual control over the thing, so we can make it look how we want while also playing good. I don't know if we can fact check how long the last stream was, but this one feels like it's been the longest yet. And I know that that doesn't actually mean much when there's only been 2, but you know. It's just a random thought that crossed my head. Shebak is a speed run because it's so easy. Like, it's just so easy to put them on here. It's so flat. Kukushka will take the most time. I think TBR will take the most time, but we will see. Coalescing, will there be a melee mech? Probably not. Like, it's kind of... We don't want to... You know, we're trying to create a very certain feeling, right? And getting that right is tricky, and like, if we knock a certain thing out of place, it could totally ruin the vibe. So we're like, you know, we like the idea of melee mechs, but like, it has to fit and feel right. I missed a spot? Yeah. I missed a few spots going here. Five hours, 48 minutes in this one. Oh yeah, so it's actually like way longer than the last one. My voice is held up better though. Last time I like was losing my voice by the end of the stream because I was yapping so much. Not that I haven't been going this stream, but my voice is held on a lot better. I'm gonna have a San Pellegrino. I mean, I already had my like fizzy drink of the day, so I'll be taking it easy. Kamikaze bot. I think it would be that much fun to play, right? If you're a kamikaze bot, you would just go ahead and blow up once, and then that would be your entire game. Unless the kamikaze bot is like a secondary bot that you send ahead of your main bot to go and blow itself up or something. Sun Panda Blood Orange. I like the orange one, yeah. I like the lemon one too. The lemon one has this sort of beautiful cloudy taste of battery acid that I think you can't get from many other beverages. But it's just zingy beyond the point of comfort. It is horrible to drink, but I just can't stop myself. It goes really well with like a pizza or something like that. Yeah, the lemon drinks are incredible just for that. Just, you know, it's like turning yourself on and off again if you're a computer. You have sun drop in the States for the battery fuel. I mean, you just, now and again, you just want to drink something that doesn't even taste of anything except like just pure chemical tingles in your mouth. And it's just what you need at that given moment. What are we thinking? I think I'll do, to be honest. Why is there a second Jamak on the screen? Because it got redeemed over on Twitch. That's why there's a second one on the screen. Twitch chat did if I do something. Wait, there's a Twitch? Yeah, there's a Twitch. If you go on the Discord, you can find a link to the Twitch. There's a couple of people watching over there, but most people are just watching via YouTube. The Twitch and YouTube chats are actually linked together on that like little comms box you can see on the screen. So you guys can chat with each other, like, without actually, you know, crossing the borders onto the other platforms. You can just chat in the box. Hold on to your vision for the more western Milson feel. Too many people coming fresh of success of Armored Core winning a new Mech game. A lot of things about Armored Core really inspire us, you know. Oops, I'm messing up the damn rig. But yeah, we will be sticking true to our plans for the game. You're watching via YouTube. You would have grinded the Twitch points. Set these up with some weight painting. How many points do you have? How many points do you have, Kijiko? Got that moving. Nice. Yeah, there we go. Let's export this. $640 on that ship. I want them. You're never gonna get to the Tetris game or the other challenges if you spend all your money on Jabex. For free? Oof, that's a big ask. I actually been getting quite back into Tetrio recently, so I've been getting ready for you guys. And challenges that you will throw down. You know something, guys, right? I played... Okay, let me tell you something. I was playing some Tabletop maybe a month ago. Okay. Pretty regular little gaming session. Just felt like playing some games. And I wanted to just climb in this game. And I just queued up with a random guy in a lobby, jumped in. And I don't know if you've played Tabletop before, but you basically just have a 1v1 and like blow each other away with whatever weapons are lying around the arena. And I play like 2 rounds with this guy, and we go 1-1, 1-1. And we're like on the 3rd set, and I shoot him and I blow him away, right? And then, like, normally this is where it would reset. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. And I'm gonna get the exact things that happen next, very precise, because I don't remember quite how it went down. But I have a picture. Hold on a moment. I'm just quickly searching some Discord DMs to get the exact thing now. This is like, it was like, I don't know if you ever seen like an ARG, like a YouTube ARG or something. It was like that. I have it in my DMs here with Rem. I just need to find it. Okay, yeah. So I'm playing this game, and like, so anyway, I'm playing this game. I kill the guy. Nothing happens. He doesn't respawn or anything, and it's just like silence in this arena. And I can just like hear the wind blowing, and I'm like, what is going on, right? And I'm playing this game, and then like little messages pop up in the chat from this guy. It says like, I can't move, kill me in peace. And then I turn around and I'm like walking around the arena, and I'm not even joking, there was like a glitch effect, like a visual like glitch effect, like you would get not from like an actual game's legitimate glitch, but from like a particle system or something. And then his character like appears, and oh my god, it was like, I'd seen too many like YouTube like video game ARGs at this point. I'm like, this is the scariest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. And he had a weird little profile picture as well. So I'm terrified to get on Straftat now. Get some ghouls, some cyber, yeah, and then hyper-realistic blood appeared on the screen. Oh my god. But yeah, it was like a bad creepypasta, but I'd never had any experience like that. It was like obviously a glitch, but the part I can't understand is like how it made like a visual like weird like glitch on my screen. Anyway, time to import the laser panels for the Quebec. Here we go. Zimport. Zapport. Will there be emotes? Probably not. I don't really know how a mech would emote.
Zotsky kick, man.
Kozlowski, you're obsessed with this kick.
It would be hilarious.
Could be kind of good. Your mech can hit the gritty right now. Ah. There we go. All safe and sound from any laser attacks. Alright, let's do the next one. What lasers hit the sides? Well, I guess that's not protected. Thought on wall klaxon, it would be kind of fun. It would be kind of fun to do that. Like a big horn. If you're in VR, you have to like reach out and like pull on a chain or something. The bumps on top of the Trebek. Cat ears? No. Get this guy out of here. Okay, next mech. I'm thinking... What did democracy say? Democracy... This is democracy. Ah! I'm going crazy. I think it said Kukushka was the next one. Can you have Kairos on your mech? No, maybe. Probably not. Depends how creative you can get with the decal system, I suppose. Ah, yes, this is the right one. I do both at the same time. Well, that might be a bit tricky. I feel like I'm going crazy, but the camo nets look so much nicer in Blender. I need to update the materials in game. Okay, let's pop some laser panels on this guy. Speaking of decals, can I show this off again? Oh, go on. Since you've been so good, I'll show the decals off again, but I'll be quick about it. Dev levels, non-play levels, main menu. Let's load the main menu up. Okay, here we go. Alright, let me show you the decal system. I'm going to buy a new mech just for this. Let's buy the Trebek. So what you can do is, you can select your mech. And then, you know, you can do your paint jobs, you can put your weapons on, everything. And then, once you picked your camo and all that. Oh, look at that. That's perfect. I just grabbed a random color. Clean pink Jabak straight out the door. Could not be better. Ethan hates this. Then once you've got your mech already, you can go to the decals tab. And then you can select a number of different decals to place on your mech. And they just click and move across. And then you can, you can scale them. You can rotate them as you please. These things are going to be added into different, like, there'll be like a different widget for like rotating and moving them. You can put a mouth on. And there'll be like a ton more decals. Can you put decals on guns? Right now, no. In the future, yes. Can they be mirrored? Yeah, this button here will flip a decal, so if I put on like this, put like a picture of this, like, I don't know, it doesn't exactly mirror that well stand. I'll put the stand clear one on the side here. For the danger one there, you can make it bigger. You can flip it, so now it, you can do whatever you need to do. Will there be custom decals? Probably not, but if you want the decals that you want to have in the game right now, you can suggest it in the mega thread, the decal mega thread, and I am watching it like a hawk, ready to put them in, because I need a load of new ideas for decals. Is there a limit to how many you can place at once? Yeah, we have a tentative limit of 25, which is subject to change, maybe raised or lowered, depending on how things go. But yeah, the decal system, you can get pretty creative with it. Generally speaking, they scale up nicely. And they also, if I go to the camouflage section here, the metal wear and the dirt actually applies over the top of the decals. So it's, we're really, really happy with this, because this took a bit of doing. Thank you very much, IDK2. Or ID2K. Soul makes a Steve Air decals. I mean, there's one way they can make a Steve Air decals. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at with it right now. It'll be improved more before the playtest, especially before the final release. But yeah, we're pretty happy with it all in. Spend more time in the garage than on the field, then we did our job right. Anything else you'd like to see while I'm in the mech customization before I go and put the go and slap the next armor pack together for the Kukushka? Hijiko, I 100% agree. Swag is everything. If your mech isn't intimidating them with its visuals, then, what's the point? The Hind Kukushka and the Desert Relican were works of art. Which ones were they? The Desert Relican. I'm trying to remember. The one that I thought was the coolest was that someone managed to make like naval like stripe camo, like naval diffusion stripe camo. I thought that was badass. Mech inspired by Hind helicopter would be sick. True, very true. We don't really have the infrastructure to like support like a bowl gun there, which would be like the most exciting part. Okay, time to swap over to Blender and get this Kukushka ready. Yep, there we go. Get ready for thrilling action of 20 minutes placing panels. So you've been busy then, Renver. You're ready to the cards? Can I interest you in some laser protection panels to go with? I'm debating, like, do I want to grind all of these mechs out in one go and do like this one and then like the other two? Or do I want to save it for another day? It has been hours, yeah. It's kind of, I'm starting to feel it a little bit. Because, you know, normally if I'm just doing this by myself, like I'll take more breaks and like prance around a little bit. Watch a few YouTube videos here and there on the side. But here I'm kind of like, I'm very focused. I have two left after this. TBR does exist. TBR is so real. The downsides of stream deving or outsides, getting a lot of work done. It's a lot of work. Gotta put that there. I'll fix it when I do the application later. Oh yeah, we take plenty of breaks, don't you worry. They're only asymmetrical with that box, that's the only thing. Yeah, the Cuckoo was the first asymmetrical. Well, that's not true. Even the Karen is a little bit asymmetrical. It just adds something. Most military vehicles are asymmetrical. The only symmetrical mechs are the... But I think the only perfectly symmetrical mech is the Velikan. I don't think any other ones are symmetrical, 100%. The least symmetrical, probably the TVR or the Shibak, because they have both like really uneven top ends. We have to consider about the pylon is, when we do the update that brings in the strike missiles, it's going to be a real advantage to have one on your mech. Because you're going to be able to do like cross-map hits with them. And certain things just won't be capable of that, like the TBR, the Velikan, they're just not going to have that capacity. How long does it take to make one mech variant? It depends. I haven't done it enough times recently to tell. But I will be doing a new mech soon, and I'll know how long that takes. After I've done it. I've allotted a week to make a mech variant, because it takes a lot of time to design it, make it play like right, rig it, model it, texture it, the whole 9 yards. This is back with minute voice. More like 2 weeks, I think. Any hints on the new mech, by the way? Is it one of the C series? Well, I'm gonna keep my mouth closed on that one. You're just gonna have to wait and see. Maybe I'll stream it though, and if I do stream it, then all will be revealed. You're naming it Jeff until the reveal. Oh, well, II or LL or whatever your name is, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream enough to hang around. It's only like my second time streaming anything EOD, so it's all pretty new to me. And I don't watch a lot of streams myself, like I watch some streams, but it's like not a lot. Yeah, if people are like doing their own thing, while I'm just kind of like yapping on and playing a bit of music, it's like seems like a pretty good way for it to be. That's the way that I watch streams in general. Oh, hello, John. Or Johan, sorry, not John. I keep missing the Twitch chat. Because I've got the YouTube one more front and center. You know, you are allowed to talk about the things that we share in Patreon Q&As if you want to. I mean, if you're like directly like reposting the entire Patreon posts, obviously that wouldn't be cool. But if you just want to talk about something, you don't have to get like dog pictured. If you just want to talk about some like random like lore bit or whatever, like that's fully okay. I do like the dog picture. It's kind of funny. No. Poland isn't gone. It's just like covered in a sort of miasma fog. America is gone, but Poland is just kind of made inhospitable. Well, I'm talking about the landmass, obviously. Like every nation is like, as a nation state, no longer exists. But America, like as a landmass, has been like completely bombed. This is in the EOD lore for context. I'm not just not talking about anything. Hello, Matevi. Oops, this one's not so high. Very calming procedure, just applying all of these pieces to the mech. Was the playtest free? Oh yeah, the playtest is free. You can sign up for it on Steam. It will not cost you a penny. And it will be on at the end of July. What type of weapon in EOD you're most like, and what is most hard in realization? The one that I like the most is the Crux, because it kind of matches my vibe of EOD, like the way I kind of imagine it to be the most. It's just a tank cannon. But the most difficult in realization is probably the railgun, maybe. It has like a... It's challenging to find a place for the railgun in the game. What is the caliber? I don't know. I mean, it's like 150 mil or 125 millimeter. It's just that it's changed a lot of the development to make things make more sense. Yeah, it's definitely big. Well, 120 mil, 150 mil, it's not that crazy. Like, those are like the size of regular tank guns. It's not the most unbelievable thing. The Crux really does have hands. It's kind of like a... It's like a... I would say it's like a railgun, but it's counterpoint. Or it's like a counter piece to railgun in many ways. I feel like railguns fell out of fashion last playtest due to their large requirement to unlock and the requirement to unlock the railgun, and also the fact that it was nerfed and it had the power requirement that was like really high. It fell out of fashion a lot, which to be fair was like exactly what we wanted it to be. We wanted it to be like a more rare, special thing. Never even unlocked it. Let's see. Are these reactive armor or are they sun panels? Some kind of strange combination of both. What they're for is protecting you against laser attacks. Yeah, you need to trade a lot to use the railgun, but that's good. Like, that's exactly what we wanted, because it's kind of like we definitely had a situation where it was linear upgrades for a lot of stuff on the mech, and like we didn't like that. That wasn't what we were hoping for with the original vision of the whole thing. So changing it a little bit to be like more side grades or making sacrifices is kind of what we wanted. How many mechs have we done so far? There's 5 mechs in the game, and I'm putting these panels right now on the 3rd mech. D92 is an interesting situation, and it's been kind of difficult to like gather data about it, because It's the first time we've mobilized like a 10v10 game mode. So we don't know if like 10v10 is good or if like the map is good. And I feel like the map isn't good. So, you know, I really want to next playtest. When you've like played a map, I kind of want to like pop up a Google form or something in the game and be like, please tell us what you thought of this map and this, that, and the other. Because there's going to be like a bunch of grey box maps as well in that playtest. Which you'll be able to try out and see if you like. Just really want to pull some more like data from all of you guys on that one to make it as good as possible. Issues with the objective. What kind of game modes can I, or what kind of objectives can I expect from the intrusion game mode? I can't remember. Ethan, what kind of objectives can I expect from the intrusion game mode?
This one is it plays like a control point.
Oh yeah, it's like a capture point. Yeah, that's right.
A capture point, yeah.
And thank you, Spawn, for your kind words. I appreciate it. No, we have not yet determined what kind of graphics card will be used for the game, or will be best for the game, because we're still optimizing and improving the game's performance, like basically every single time we work on it. So that'll only be decided like really close to release. How will different armor panels look? They will all be different. I can actually show you. Once I put this in the game, not every armor panel looks the same. The goal is to actually make all of them look drastically different from each other. And if we can do that, we're going to be really happy about it. Yeah, the hex ones are for lasers, the square ones, which are explosive reactive armor. Then there's the camo net, and then there's going to be like cage armor, and then everyone that's just like thicker armor.
I'm going to sign off for today. Goodbye, everybody.
Alright, everyone say goodbye to Ethan.
Bye-bye.
And I'll probably be signing off shortly after this one here. I don't know how many... Guys, I don't know how many more mech armor packages I got in me today. Oh, again, more armor packages. Just exporting them now. It's time to sleep in your pelican-shaped bed frame. Hit the Zasak. Pelican shaped bed. I don't think you do want a pelican shaped bed frame. I don't think anyone wants a pelican shaped bed frame. You just have your feet like sticking off. That's your nightmare situation. You want a Velican? Okay, everyone wants a Velican. No one wants a Velican bed frame. Let's put it that way. Alright, I'm swapping the stream back over to Unreal Engine. Head to my dev level. Two pelicans, one for shenanigans, and one to be converted into a bed. I think I want one as a hot tub, you know? You just like pop the hatch on the top, fill it full of warm water. There's the Kukushka, add-ons, laser panels. Belly convertible. We are gonna make it so, well, we're tentatively gonna do this. Like, we might not 100% do this, but the idea is like when you eject, you're gonna like blow the top half of your mech off, and it's gonna actually, people are actually gonna see your mech split in half, and then you're gonna actually be able to see inside the cockpit. So if we do go through with all of this, then every mech is gonna become a convertible. Because if you pop that ejection cord, you're gonna blow the top and fly like cleanly out of it. But this will be obviously a pretty high effort feature, so something that will come later on in development. No, you wouldn't be able to traverse on foot. It would just be your like escape avenue. I'm getting quite fatigued. I completely forgot I have to actually assign these leg pieces to the mesh in Blender. Nice sign that it's time to stop soon. I'll quickly get this done. Export, there we go, back to Unreal Engine. TV marathon. Good stream. When is next? I don't know. We're kind of like, you know, the streaming thing is a bit experimental. What other Kushka thing right here? No, I guess I have to get one. It's not something that like we just thought it like might be a good idea. We were like, you know, it'd be kind of cool. Did a little bit of streaming, so we don't have like a schedule for anything. I just do it when some things like lend well to it, like making the weapon like lends well to it. I did the other one, like doing this lends fairly well to streaming. But like 2 weeks of Jeff. Yeah, things like doing Jeff, the mech, like doing a new mech, that works well on a stream. Doing a new weapon works well on a stream. Certain things do not work well on a stream, I think, because like I have to make a new map soon, and like making those new maps is like kind of tough. So I don't think doing those on a stream is gonna work well, to be honest. Oh yeah, well, I mean we got to do it on YouTube. YouTube's where the people are. The Twitch I have is like, you know, that's just my personal Twitch, and I just stream it because I thought I might as well. But no, YouTube is really where the people are. Alright, let's slap the add-on package on this. We're gonna have a look at it, and then we can call it a day. Oh. Sit these in a line, and I'll do a slow panning cinematic shot. Ah, Wolf had a jump scare. Da, 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 da. There you go. There's your cinematic shot of what we've done today. Which is your favorite? Wah, 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 wah. I'm going insane. Too much streaming. Too much streaming. I'm just throwing around a camera. Little Stubby, this guy. That's the Shebeck. Left and right's the best. Hell yeah. Poll, no. You've had your poll. I've had my fun with the poll. Gotta wait for the next dev stream to get another poll. You can't be throwing out polls left, right, and center, and they'll lose what makes them special. Middle feels for most suited for these intentions. Yeah, in some ways. And you're back as your friend when you want to go fast and be fun in the battlefield. True. Oh no! I forgot to delete the extra ones off this side that clip into that match. Hold on. I'm fixing it. Eek. Just re-import this. There we go, much better. Hell is happening in the background. Game development. I guess I'll give a little tour of the development room and then I'll close things off for this stream. But this is where I set up like mech materials and stuff. This is like an old animation. That's the pilot model. You get in the cockpit. What's my computer components? Some AMD CPU, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and a 3090. This mech's had its legs fall off because it's for ragdoll testing. Crystal material testing here. It's still very early. It doesn't look quite right. Random cockpit testing stuff there. Destruction testing here. Oh, you know what? I'll show you guys something kind of cool that I've been working on that hasn't been seen anywhere else. And it's not just Steve, but he's here. It's the first time you've seen Crystal? Maybe, but like to be honest, this model looks like dog shit. It's gonna be, when I actually do a final Crystal, it's gonna look so much better than this, I think. I have some other ideas on how to do it. There's the minigun, random like prison walls and stuff, but this is just where I test stuff out. Like you see today, like I'm building out these assets and things. This is where I take them before Ethan gets his hands on them. Turn them into something functional. But this is the thing of interest here to me. Let me swap into a Mech real quick. What you're looking at here, it's just a cable, but it's a cable that goes when you break it, and it snaps in two. And probably until I need to do like some optimization pass on it, but until I do the optimization pass, it will probably cause huge lag. Yeah, snappy cables. Debug team menu? What debug team? Oh, this? Oh, yeah, right. You guys have never seen that before. As you can shoot at cables as well and they'll like break. Yeah, you guys never would have seen these before. Okay, so this is... Yeah, this was an old thing. That's actually crazy to me that you've never seen this before. Because this is how it used to be. But like when we put out the public playtests and the private playtests and everything, we make the team picking automatic. But this is like the old dev version. And these logos are old. These have been superseded and replaced. But this menu hasn't. Red Wing has a new logo, which is like nicer, but it still has the wing on it. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I see. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's where I test. Measuring a literal Red Wing, yeah. And you can... Not that bus stop? Must be this bus stop. Yeah, there you go. Check that out. That's the destruction that's going to come later on, and they'll be improved too. And you know, this is the heavily subject to change room, is the way I would describe it. Things that are just not ready yet, but are maybe slightly interesting. Right, I think it's time to call it for this stream. Thank you very much everyone for coming by, hanging out, supporting the work, and motivating me to grind out 3 armor packages in one day. Until the next one, which will probably, the next one will either be new Mech, probably, or big grenade launcher. Anyway, until then, bye bye!